You good?
Did you have his report?
He didn't do a report. What? Did he?
He sent an email.
Okay, I don't have it. So for your clicker to work on this, you're gonna have to either be pointing back here or I can put it up there for you. My computer.
Okay, I only need the clicker for my
For your opening.
for the opening.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
I'll put it up there for you. Is there a plug around there that you can
There
use?
is a
There's usually one inside the jury box. I don't know if there's
There's
one.
one right here.
You want to check to see if there's one on the other side?
I just don't want to.
No?
Right here.
Okay, you want to use that one?
You said, where does it need to be?
Well, it's up to you. So I usually put it right there on the rail.
Okay.
Um,
Where's your charger?
It's here. It's all plugged up.
Do you
So
need it plugged up for the moment?
I need it plugged up all the time, but you can have the computer. The computer, the battery sucks. So that's why I'm asking you. Do you have a plug? Yeah.
You're saying the computer needs to be here?
No, wherever you want it. I think it would just be weird if I hold it and you're having to like do your hand back to press it, you know what I mean? Wherever it's comfortable for you. I usually just put it on the rail right there. But whatever you're good with. It's just gonna be weird pointing back. Like,
All right, go over to the Elmo and turn it on. I think it's working. Because it looks like what's on the screen. So don't break it, whatever you do. I think the whole arm goes up.
Yeah, yes.
Because you can't, like, something lifts up.
Here you go.
Yeah, and it just disconnected. So what you need to do, no, but go ahead and get it in the correct position and then we'll get IT in here.
There we go.
But it's still got it, something has to lift up there. Well, that's just gonna like film your chest. Okay,
I think it needs to be like that.
yeah.
Exhibit list. I'll get to that too as soon as they recreate my. Oh, that's right.
Can you try pushing the cables back in and everything? Well, it was on there. It's off now. So,
Do you need to hit power?
you can turn the power on, but it's just not recognizing, it had it and then it went away. Oh, it's back. Okay.
I think when I did all that, I had turned the power off, so it wasn't able to recognize.
Okay.
anything.
So now it's on.
and I see your hand.
Yeah. So let's get a document.
I got one right.
Is that the, great data port?
Yeah. So now you just have to like zoom in.
Yeah. Figure out your buttons and
Okay. So I don't,
Oh, there we go. So that's zoom, that's minus.
this is Zoom,
This one, the plus,
plus or minus, okay.
plus and minus. Awesome. Great, it's clear.
all right. So I'll stop the share, but now we know if we can make it happen.
I feel a little better.
Good.
This is the tool from the, David Hyde.
Huh? Oh, okay.
All right. Missing two. All right. Let's bring Well, okay, I guess we should wait a little bit. We don't, is there much we need? We're not on the record yet. Mr. Hiles, is there much we need to cover? We can bring Mr. Pittman and Mr. Sanders out, but they don't need to just be sitting around if,
I think we covered everything last night, or yesterday evening. I'm just gonna pull up mine.
all right. Mr. Hoover, is there anything we need to talk about with your clients out here, with the jury not out here? We're missing 2 jurors, so we're in a holding pattern, but otherwise we're good.
No, we're ready to go.
Okay, Mr. Brown?
Same thing.
All right, I'm going to get on the record when we bring your clients out before the jurors come out, a little bit about the limiting instruction, which I like, and I'll weave into my opening charge as well. And then I need to talk to you about juror questions, since this is our first trial together. I don't want your clients to hear that, so neither your heads explode nor theirs. Okay. Yeah, please have them call. Who are we missing? What numbers?
Juror 5
Okay, Mr. Harney.
and juror 16.
Okay. All right. Yeah, let's get those phone calls going. Thank you. Harney, where are you? And Bowman.
I am. I just checked to make sure it shared and it did.
Can you stand for a minute where you'd stand given your opening? All right, that works. Great.
So it makes sense with the clicking thing?
It does.
Okay.
It
all right,
does.
All right.
There's a slight delay on the big TV. It's seconds.
Okay.
So Mr. Brown and Mr. Hoover and Judge, I'll be playing some videos and some audio this morning. I tested the speakers and equipment to play it without a lag and to hear the sound. I got to hook up to the HDMI on this big screen right here. The audio is great, but unfortunately, the audio will be easy to hear, but when the video body camera that we intend to play, you're only going to be able to view it from this computer right here.
Okay. So the attorneys are free to get up and stand over there. I won't see it, but it's life.
There is everyone will be driven crazy if we try the other way.
Okay.
And I still anticipate some sort of technology.
So we're missing 2 jurors. One I expect will be here. The other we weren't able to reach yesterday through all means. It was the juror who was so excited to be here and whose husband does military work that she can't talk about. I know, but we called her number and voicemail box was full. Don't have your voicemail box full. We emailed her, left a message somehow, and have never connected with her. So we'll see. We may be going forward with one alternate.
Okay.
We just haven't established any contact with her. So the fact that she's late in some ways isn't surprising because she may not know she's supposed to be here, despite being clear about that. So the guy's here?
Yeah, he's been here. He said, someone from Fulton County is trying to call me. It's me.
So Gordon can't count?
No, I don't think so. He said he's got the record. I've been here.
You have cheese?
Checklist.
Oh, we have a checklist. Okay, he's here. He's been here. Yeah. So why don't you see who else is missing? We're just missing one. Okay. Just this juror. I don't want to give her credit if she's not showing up, so we'll hold off on that.
Sean.
You don't wanna give her credit for the one day yesterday. I don't know.
I'm gonna go, I gotta send this email, but then I'll come back.
It's a Dropbox link to pictures, and then you record, there's a single page attachment that says, "You Y, and Z, findings are technical." Okay. So. Once I can see it. No, I'm not, as long as the findings, yeah. I'm not. That actually goes to the rest of it, and then they don't. They only match the difference, so I'm not saying it's exculpatory, but it's definitely not inculpatory.
Okay, copy for you, sir.
You okay? You can have one of mine. I have extras. I always do. In here.
I kind of panicked when that thing
It's all good. I got you.
feel better now.
I always have highlighters, markers.
Such a good.
A lot. And my Jesus cards.
I need those one day.
Hmm.
All right, let's bring the defense out.
You have your card.
Do we know where Mr. Hoover went? Okay,
Okay, you have.
we can bring his client out. He'll be back.
Mine's on my bookcase, in my bookcase. It's a red and black one. Okay. Or we can just call him down here. We can just call him down here. Like, what do you say on this? Yeah. Too funny. Jesus. Is Latner's even here?
Yeah.
Cross is saying nine, he's saying 9:30.
What did he say? 10:30?
9:30.
Good morning.
All right, Ms. Rivers, are you ready? We're going to get on the record in 21 SC 178773, State versus Pittman and Sanders. Good morning, everyone. It is Tuesday, April 2nd at 9:30. We have been waiting for our jurors. We have 13 of our 14. Juror 16, Ms. Bowman, is not here. Her phone goes straight to voicemail. That's what happened all yesterday evening. My office sent an email to her as part of the outreach yesterday to let her know that she was selected. No one has made direct contact with her. And so we are stuck. It is my recommendation that we go forward with 13 jurors, meaning only one alternate, which is regrettable because this is not a short trial. But I don't have any reason to believe that we'll suddenly make contact with Ms. Bowman. It didn't work last night, and it's not working this morning. Mr. Hiles, your thoughts about what we do?
The only question is, did anybody send her a text message other than an email? Because I know a lot of people.
Why don't you try? Here's the number.
Okay.
678.
Let me pull my. 678.
So I'm gonna write it down so it's not all over the world, although the fact that she didn't come, maybe other people will try to reach her as well. Here you go. While you're doing that, let me address Mr. Brown and Mr. Hoover. I didn't mention this yesterday, but one thing that you may not have encountered before in a criminal trial is that I allow jurors to ask questions after every witness has testified. Jurors will be given an opportunity to write on little note cards, just like the one I wrote Ms. Bowman's phone number on, any questions they have. I will collect those note cards and review them with you. So you have an opportunity outside the presence of the jurors to say, that's a crazy question. You can't ask that. And if I agree with you, I will not ask that question. The one objection that you may raise that I will almost always overrule is asked and answered. I will agree with you that that question was asked, but clearly that juror didn't understand the answer or hear the answer. And so I'll always re-ask a question, even though someone else, one of the lawyers, may have asked it of the witness. I will keep every card that gets submitted and make it part of the record, whether I ask the question or not. The jurors don't end up saying anything. I don't hand the card back to them and let them ask it. I will ask the juror questions. When we're done with that, each lawyer will have an opportunity to do follow-up, because sometimes a juror question opens up a vista that you hadn't thought of. And I want to make sure the lawyers have an opportunity to explore that as well. But I will do that for every witness. And that would include the defendants if they testify. The jurors will have a chance to submit written questions. Any questions about that, Mr. Brown? Mr. Hoover?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, great. She writes you back?
I just want to show them the text message before I hit send as to what I'm sending.
Okay. It's not, I'll send you $50 if you come down here.
Yeah. I'll just put it on the record.
Yeah, why don't you put it on the
I think
record?
that's a better idea. I said, Ms. Bowman, can you please call? You have been selected for jury duty. We have tried to reach you overnight, but your phone went straight to voicemail and we have not received a response to our emails.
Great. Hit send, please.
No, you said you wanted to be here. We all believe that.
Right, exactly. You're the most excited person.
Right.
But that's a creative solution. Maybe that will get through to
It
her.
was a iPhone and it does say delivered. I
Yeah.
understand that a lot of, my mother did this one time. Somehow she set her iPhone to only accept known numbers. I don't know how the setting got that way.
Yeah.
But you could send her a text message and she
Right.
would respond. But
Well, so the record's clear. We also sent an email to her email address that she provided, but maybe that'll get through. The other thing I wanted to get on the record before we sort out what we're going to do with 13 versus 14 jurors is Mr. Hoover asked that I review what is his jury charge number 19, which is a limiting instruction. And it basically brings to the jury's attention that evidence can be admitted for a limited purpose. Here, because evidence is coming in through 418, the only limitation would be as to one defendant or the other, not as to purpose. But I plan on distilling a little bit of that proposed charge in my opening charge to the jury this morning to let them know that they may hear some evidence that is applicable only to Mr. Sanders or only to Mr. Pittman. And the state will be identifying it before that witness testifies, and I'll be reminding them that they need to limit that small universe of evidence only to considering whether it shows a gang affiliation or not as to just that defendant. And that way they're on notice that there'll be a little bit of evidence, whether it is the situation at the county jail for Mr. Pittman or the two entering auto scenarios for Mr. Sanders. All right. Anything from the state? You feel technologically like you're ready to go?
for now,
You're gonna leave the laptop right there in front of the
I
jurors?
think I'm gonna put it on the ground, but it just needs to be there to make sure the, what you call it?
Clicker.
The clicker responds.
Okay, because if it's on the corner right there, it won't respond, or you can't have it plugged in. Thank you, Mr. Abate.
Thank you.
Glad you're still working here.
It's because it needs to be plugged in. And,
Okay. All right, and I don't mind you having something on that shelf, but if you were gonna be standing right there, that's probably a little too close for the jurors.
Well,
But if you're clicking, see, there's that nice core, it's sort of a suggestive line as well.
That's what
Yeah.
I don't prefer to use PowerPoints, but I think some people prefer to use it.
Okay, I'm not asking you not to use a PowerPoint, I'm just saying, don't be right up against that laptop while you have it there. Okay. How are you gonna, is it plugged in? You have to, is it plugged in
Yeah.
on the jury side? So I guess they can just unplug it for you.
Yes.
Okay.
As soon as it's done, I'll unplug it and move it right over here.
Well, we'll try this out. We'll see what happens. Mr. Hoover, anything from Mr. Sanders before we figure out what to do with this juror?
No, Your Honor, we just like to invoke the rule of sequestration.
Okay. Mr. Hiles and Ms. Olivier, if you could make sure that you keep your witnesses away and not talking with each other about their testimony. Mr. Brown, anything? All right. How's your iPhone looking? Nothing. Okay, I'll give her a couple more minutes, and then we will need to make a decision. I haven't heard you offer to go to her house. Yeah. You seem devastated. Hmm?
Which one was it? Get it to the HT file. Yeah. Oh, I can just. Yeah, HT. A lot of these exhibits, and they shall have issue of, their own, and they can put it directly in the computer, so there's no lag from the. Those are definitely standard.
All right, anything, Mr. Hiles?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, well, I appreciate the innovation and we'll probably try that next trial as a third route of contacting someone. I'll work through Ms. Bowman's situation in a separate channel and meet with her some other time. It is my proposal that we move forward. We've got 13 jurors who are ready to go. I think we need to do that. Anything you want to get on the record, Mr. Hiles?
Not at this time.
Mr. Hoover?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Brown? All right, if you'd bring the jurors in, please.
Yes.
Jurors.
You all can sit, please. We're standing for you as you come on in. Don't get spoiled by it, though. Thank you, Deputy Gordon. You all can be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Do you feel like you opened that chocolate candy bar last night and there was a golden ticket in it? And here you are. I appreciate you all being on time. We thought that we had one more juror, but we don't. And I will work with that person in a separate setting and at another time. And that's why we've had you waiting around a little bit. We cannot conduct any business if you aren't all sitting here in court. You all need to at least be present, if not hearing and seeing the same thing the whole time. So one of the rules is we can't start until all 13 of you are here. And we were waiting on number 14, but that's not going to happen. But like I said, I'll work through that situation. You don't want to be number 14. So we are about to get started. I want to talk to you a little bit about some procedural things. You did great coming in today. Come in through that back hallway, hit the buzzer. One of us will let you in. That jury room is your space. We don't go in there other than to replenish things. The little Red Riding Hood basket full of snacks, those are for you. Save me one smart food. Anything in the fridge is for you. It should just be bottled water. You're welcome to bring the water out here. There's a coffee machine. You can make coffee. If you don't like the little cups we have, you can bring your own flavor. Don't bring the coffee out here, only because if you spill it, it makes more of a mess. But the water, if you spill it, dries. We're all good. The fridge, the microwave are all for your use. If you are someone who has a unique set of food needs, you're welcome to bring your own lunch. Just know that you cannot get through security, glass or anything pokey. If you bring a metal fork, they're going to take your metal fork. Can't bring that in the courthouse. But if you can bring things in Tupperware and you bring plastic cutlery, you're welcome to do that. While you are here and you've got questions about where's a restroom or this or that, although you've got restrooms in the jury room, do your best to direct them to the deputies. You might in the hallways bump into some of the people involved with the case. If you encounter the lawyers in the case, they're going to back off like you've got the plague. You don't, they don't either, but they're not supposed to interact with you outside the courtroom. Whatever Mr. Hiles says to all of you or any of you, Mr. Hoover and Mr. Brown ought to be able to hear it as well. You could imagine what it would feel like to have one of the attorneys turn the corner and three of you are hobnobbing with one of the lawyers. And it may simply be, hey, where's a good place to eat lunch? The lawyer needs to say, I'm sorry, I can't help you. That is not a rude lawyer or a lawyer who doesn't want to help. It's a lawyer following instructions of don't interact with any jurors unless we're all together. So for the next few days, don't feel odd if they get off the elevator because you get on the elevator. They just shouldn't be in a close space with you all, except for this close space. The chairs you're sitting in now are not assigned. I encourage you to sit in a different spot, maybe not after every break, but don't always sit in the far corner or right there because you literally physically get a different view. All the witnesses who testify are going to be right there. Part of what you'll be assessing is a witness's credibility or believability. And part of the way you do that is by watching that person testify. And you're going to get a different view if you're way in the back versus up close. So please do rotate a little bit and don't claim the seat, with the exception of if you're someone who needs to stretch legs or back or something and need to stand up every once in a while, then sit at this far end of the jury box because it doesn't disrupt anyone. If you, sir, were to get up in the middle of someone's testimony and just stretch, don't yell, but just stretch, and then you can sit back down. We will break every day at least 3 times. There'll be a morning break. There'll be a lunch break. That lunch break will be about an hour, and then there'll be a mid-afternoon break. We will break any other time that you need to break. Your role here is to stay focused. And so if we've been going a little too long and you're having trouble staying focused, or it's just time for a restroom break, Raise your hand, signal to Deputy Gordon, and we'll take a timeout. It may be a super quick one because we had our morning break and you didn't take care of what you needed to. We'll take a quick break. But it's real important that you be able to hear and see what's going on. And so if you're losing that focus, let's take a break. When you're on break, you don't have to stay just in the jury room. You can fan out along that hallway. There's actually natural light at the end of the hallway. There's a window. And it's fine to be down there and be on the phone. Just don't make a huge ruckus in the hallway because there are two other judges, pretty nice judges, but they're going to fuss at me like, "We're your jurors. We're making a racket down there." So feel free to use that hallway, but don't set up a drum set out there and do something. I think that's it for the logistics. I need to give you a little bit about the law. But before I do that, I need to administer the jury oath. Yesterday, you took the voir dire oath, which was just, hey, I'm going to answer the questions truthfully. This is the biggie. It's your oath as a juror because you've all been selected as jurors. So if you would all stand and raise your right hands. Do you swear or affirm that you shall fairly try this case between the state of Georgia and Leandre Pittman and Antonio Sanders, who are charged with murder, felony murder, aggravated assault, carjacking, a firearms offense, and gang offenses, and base your verdict solely on the evidence? Please say yes if you so swear or affirm. Yes. Does anyone not so swear or affirm? Excellent. You are officially jurors. One last logistical thing. In the morning, if you encounter an obstacle, traffic, flat tire, whatever it may be, call my office. And Deputy Gordon's going to write that main number up on the whiteboard in there and write it down. It just goes to the main phone. And that way you can say, hey, I'm trying to get here, but 400 is backed up or Fairburn Road isn't working. And we'll say, great, juror 7, don't panic. Don't send out deputies to go get this person because we're not losing any more jurors. We've got 13. Got to stay with 13. But if you let us know you're stuck, then we can be calm and you can give us an ETA and we'll do that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I need to give you some preliminary instructions on a few fundamental principles of criminal law. I also need to talk to you a little bit about my role, your role, and the lawyer's role in this process. I can't remember which, if any of you, has served as jurors before, but I know some of you never have. And so your experience, I'll put that in air quotes, with trials is watching TV or movies. And I'm here to tell you that it is very different in real life than what you've seen dramatized on TV. It will not be the case that halfway through the trial, someone busts through that back door and said, I killed John F. Kennedy. It's not happening. The witnesses will be at the witness stand, and it may get emotional because it's a complicated trial with some complicated issues, but it is not what you've seen on TV. The thing I want to address first is notepads. You are free to take notes. Nothing wrong with that. You are not required to take notes, but do know this. You will not get a transcript of the proceedings. So if you're back there deliberating at the end of the trial, wondering, what did Officer Smith say? You are relying on your collective recollections as supplemented by notes that you take. You don't get to say, hey, could you get us a transcript of Officer Smith's testimony? Now, you will have exhibits. If Officer Smith testifies and through her testimony, photographs are admitted, you'll have those photographs. You're not going to need to remember what did everything look like. If there's a photograph that you see on one of these screens, it's going back with you. If there's video that's played, you'll be able to watch that video again. But what the witnesses say, their testimony, that is not replayed. It is not recorded. It's being taken down, but that official transcript won't be ready for many, many weeks. That's why we offer you notepads. So feel free to take notes. If you do, please don't get so consumed in your note taking that you stop paying attention to what a witness looks like and how he or she is fielding hard questions. Because again, that's part of how you'll be thinking about credibility. If a witness, when getting questions from one side, is all smiles and making eye contact with you, but when the questions get tricky and that person physically turns away from you all, that may tell you something about how you're processing the witness's testimony. You miss all that if you're trying to get word for word what a witness said. Plus, it's not humanly possible unless you're a certified court reporter. Your notes need to remain private until you begin your deliberations. One thing that I'll tell you again and again is that you actually should not talk about your impressions of the case until you've heard all the evidence. And I've given you the law that I gave at the end of the trial where I define murder, felony murder, etc. So you can be thinking about it and you can be jotting in your notepad, that was a compelling witness, that was a ridiculous witness. But you don't share those impressions with your colleagues until you begin your deliberations at the end of the trial. So keep your notes private until you're deliberating. And at the very end of the trial, when you're all done, we will shred your notes. You don't need to worry that they're going to suddenly appear online. Look at this picture the juror drew. They will be shredded, never to see the light of day. The defendants in this case are charged in the indictment, pull out right here, with a series of crimes, and crimes are simply violations of the laws of Georgia. I'm going to read to you now the charges in the indictment. You will get this document during your deliberations. There's some legalese in here, so don't try to write it all down. Take whatever notes you want, but I'm going to read you what's charged in the indictment. And then this very document, the thing I'm holding, is going to be with the jury during its deliberations. And before I read them, let me re-emphasize something I told you yesterday. These charges are not evidence of guilt. You should not consider them as evidence or implication of guilt. It's how someone is charged in the criminal justice system. And the defendants have entered pleas of not guilty. They've signed the indictment and said not guilty. That is also not evidence. That doesn't prove they're guilty or not guilty. It's a procedural step that creates the issue that you must decide. And that's where she is now? Okay. Hold that thought. Lawyers, I need to see you for 1 second. And then I'll read the indictment. Sorry about that. I'll explain what that was about a little bit later. All will be revealed from that conversation. And before I read you the indictment, this is a natural time to talk about, we may from time to time have to have conversations outside your hearing. That's perfectly appropriate. It's not the lawyers trying to be sneaky, but they may perceive that something's about to happen in court and they want to say, Judge, I don't think you should let this happen. And I'll say, well, what would that be? And if they say it, then you will have heard what the witness was going to say. And sometimes the lawyers can tell something's about to occur. There may be a valid legal objection. And so they'll say, could we approach? And we step outside. I try to have those happen during your breaks so you're not left sitting there. This was one of those things that we needed to talk about right away. I'm going to read to you now the indictment. Remember, the indictment is not proof of anything. It's simply the list of the charges that have been brought against Mr. Pittman and Mr. Sanders. And for simplicity's sake, I'm going to let you know up front, there are 15 counts in the indictment. All 15 are brought against both defendants. Sometimes we get 3 against this guy, 4 against that guy. All 15 are brought against both defendants. And it is structured in a way where the first 9 counts all allege street gang violations. More on that in a moment. And then we get into what one might call the substantive counts, the murder, the felony murder, et cetera. They connect and they refer to each other. So it's going to be a little confusing as I read it to you, but I promise you'll get the indictment with you during deliberations. Count 1 alleges that Leandre Pittman and Antonio Sanders committed the offense of street gang terrorism, that they violated the Street Gang Terrorism and Prevention Act. And the specific allegation is that here in Fulton County, on October 20th, 2020, and that's the date for, I believe, all these charges, October 20th, 2020, they did unlawfully, while associated with a criminal street gang, participate in criminal gang activity through commission of an offense enumerated in the code, specifically murder, which is count 10 in this indictment. So they violated the Street Gang Terrorism and Prevention Act by committing the murder that is alleged in count 10. Count 2 charges both defendants with a different violation of the Street Gang Terrorism and Prevention Act. And the allegation is that both defendants here in Fulton on October 20th, 2020, did unlawfully, while associated with a criminal street gang, participate in criminal street gang activity through the commission of an offense enumerated in the act. And that specific offense is felony murder, which is count 11 in the indictment. So count 1 is linked to count 10, count 2 is linked to count 11. Count 3 charges the 2 defendants with a separate violation of the Street Gang Terrorism and Prevention Act. The allegation is that here in Fulton County on October 20th, 2020, the pair did unlawfully, while associated with a criminal street gang, participate in criminal gang activity through the commission of a different offense enumerated in that act, specifically the felony murder that is alleged in count 12 of the indictment. You're starting to see a pattern here. Count 4 charges the 2 defendants with another violation of the Street Gang Terrorism and Prevention Act. And the allegation is that here in Fulton on October 20th, 2020, the 2 did unlawfully, while associated with a criminal street gang, participate in criminal gang activity through the commission of a different offense enumerated in that act, specifically aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, as alleged in count 13 of the indictment. Count 5 is very similar. It alleges that Mr. Pittman and Mr. Sanders violated that act that I mentioned here in Fulton County on October 20th, 2020, by unlawfully, while being associated with a criminal street gang, participating in criminal gang activity through the commission of a different offense enumerated in the act, specifically hijacking a motor vehicle or carjacking, as alleged in count 14. Count 6 charges both defendants with another violation of the Street Gang Terrorism and Prevention Act. The allegation is that here in Fulton on October 20th, 2020, the 2 did unlawfully, while associated with a criminal street gang, participate in criminal gang activity through committing an offense enumerated in that act, specifically possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, which is further alleged in count 15. Count 7 charges Mr. Pittman and Mr. Sanders with a different violation of the Street Gang Terrorism and Prevention Act. And the allegation is that here in Fulton County on October 20th, 2020, while associated with a criminal street gang, the defendants, they did unlawfully commit at least one of the following offenses with the intent to maintain and increase their status in their street gang. And the offense, one or more that they committed to maintain or increase their status, was murder, count 10, felony murder, count 11 and 12, aggravated assault, count 13, carjacking, count 14, and that possession of a firearm, count 15. Count 8 alleges that Mr. Pittman and Mr. Sanders violated the Street Gang Terrorism and Prevention Act here in Fulton County on October 20th, 2020, while they were associated with a criminal street gang because they obtained property through criminal gang activity. And that property they obtained through criminal gang activity was a 2016 Cadillac ATS. And that's the vehicle that's the subject of the carjacking charge. Count 9 charges both defendants with the final count of criminal street gang activity. It's a violation of that act. And the allegation is that here in Fulton on October 20th, 2020, while associated with a criminal street gang, the two defendants did unlawfully encourage each other during the commission of at least one of the following offenses, and that counts 10 through 15. Count 10 charges the defendants with murder, and the allegation is that here in Fulton County on October 20th, 2020, the two defendants did unlawfully and with malice aforethought cause the death of Lawrence Denny, a human being, by shooting him with a firearm. Count 11 charges the defendants with felony murder. The allegation is that here in Fulton County on October 20th, 2020, they did unlawfully during the commission of a felony, that felony being aggravated assault, as alleged in count 13, cause the death of Lawrence Denny by shooting him with a firearm. And count 12 is the other count of felony murder. The allegation is that the two defendants here in Fulton County on October 20th, 2020, did unlawfully during the commission of a different felony, carjacking, as alleged in count 14, caused the death of Lawrence Denny by shooting him with a firearm. Count 13 charges the defendants with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. The allegation is that here in Fulton on October 20th, 2020, they did unlawfully commit an assault upon the person of Lawrence Denny by shooting him with a firearm, that being a deadly weapon. Count 14 charges both defendants with hijacking a motor vehicle in the first degree, which I've been calling carjacking. The allegation is that here in Fulton on October 20th, 2020, the defendants did unlawfully, while in possession of a firearm, obtain a 2016 Cadillac ATS from the person and presence of Lawrence Denny by force and intimidation. And finally, count 15 charges both defendants with possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony. The allegation is that here in Fulton County on October 20th, 2020, the defendants did unlawfully have on and within arm's reach of their person a firearm during the commission of at least one of the following felonies against and involving the person of Lawrence Denny: murder, felony murder, aggravated assault, and carjacking. Ladies and gentlemen, it is important that I repeat and you process that these charges are not evidence of guilt. You should not consider them as evidence or even an implication of guilt of any crime whatsoever. Both defendants sit before you with the presumption of innocence in their favor, and it stays with them unless it is overcome by the state with evidence that is sufficient to convince you beyond a reasonable doubt that one or both defendants is guilty of one or more of the crimes charged. A defendant should not be convicted of any crime unless and until each element of that crime, and I'll be telling you the elements of those crimes at the end of the trial, is proven beyond a reasonable doubt. This burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt rests with the state throughout the trial. There's never a point where I say, all right, you've heard enough. Now the defendants need to tell you something. The defendants have no burden at all. Mr. Hoover and Mr. Brown may not stand up again. I bet they will, but they don't have to. They may give an opening statement, but they don't have to. They may ask questions of witnesses, but they don't have to, because there is no burden on the defendants to rebut or disprove anything. The burden is solely on the state to prove, if it is able, beyond a reasonable doubt, the guilt of the defendants. This does not mean, however, that the state is required to prove the defendant's guilt beyond all doubt or to some mathematical certainty. The state's burden is to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. And that means just what it says. It is a doubt based upon common sense and reason. It's not a vague, arbitrary, or speculative doubt. It's a doubt for which you can give a reason. And that reason arises from your consideration of the evidence or lack of evidence or conflicts in the evidence. The defendants, who are presumed innocent, bear no burden of proof whatsoever. If, after giving careful consideration to all the evidence that you've heard at the end of the trial, you find that your mind is wavering, unsettled, or unsatisfied, that is a doubt of the law, and you must acquit the defendant as to that crime. But if no reasonable doubt exists in your mind, you would be authorized to convict a defendant or both defendants as to one or more of the crimes charged. The basic structure of this trial will be as follows. In a few moments, I'll give the attorneys an opportunity to present opening statements. These are previews of what the lawyers think the evidence will show or won't show. It's an opportunity for them to begin to acclimate you to what this case is about. One thing the openings are not is evidence. Nothing the lawyers say to you is evidence. Evidence comes from the mouths of witnesses, and it comes in the form of exhibits. It's not what the lawyers say. All three lawyers will be given a chance to give openings, but no one is required to. When the openings are done, I will turn to Mr. Hiles and Ms. Olivier and say, call your first witness. When that witness takes the stand and is sworn in and answers the first question, you will have received the first bit of evidence. What witnesses say is evidence. And any exhibits that are admitted during the course of a witness's testimony will also be evidence. And almost everything that gets admitted will be available for you to review during your deliberations. Every once in a while, something is admitted for the record. If something goes up on appeal, it's important that another court be able to see it, but it's not for you all to see. But we want to make sure that the record includes everything that occurred during the trial. But 98+% of what gets admitted as exhibits will be for you to review, either back in the jury room, or if it's a video, holding up an invisible thumb drive, you have to come back into court to review that. Although we will be installing a monitor in there soon, so jurors can review videos on their own. Won't happen during your time here, unfortunately. When the state is done, and at some point I'll say, hey, call your next witness, the state will say, we rest. That means they presented their case. We'll have to take a break because there are some motions that come up when the state rests. And whatever remains of the case after the state rests, I will then turn to the two defense attorneys and say, Mr. Hoover, call your first witness. Mr. Hoover may say, we rest. He may call witnesses. He may not call witnesses. No burden on the defense, but they get an opportunity to present evidence. And when Mr. Hoover's done, I'll turn to Mr. Brown. Same question. He may call witnesses. He may not. No burden on Mr. Brown either, but he gets an opportunity to present any evidence that he wants to present. Ultimately, all three lawyers, all three groups will say, we rest. The evidence is closed. The lawyers get to give closing arguments, back on their feet in front of you, sharing with you what they think the evidence has proven or failed to prove. This will be advocacy in its finest form. They will attempt to persuade you to decide the case in their favor. State will say, find the defendants guilty. Here's why. Defense attorneys will say, find them not guilty. Here's why. And you should feel free to be persuaded. But remember, what the lawyers tell you in their closings is not evidence. If they tell you Exhibit 7 is a bright green piece of paper and Exhibit 7 is a blue piece of paper, it's blue. I mean, you decide what Exhibit 7 is. The lawyers can help you understand it, but their argument about what things are is just that. It's argument. You will decide what the facts are in this case. When the closing arguments are done, I will give you the final jury charge. That's where we get into the technical, here are the elements of murder, here are the elements of felony murder. that jury charge that I read you, you will also get to take back with you. That'll be the law that you carry with you into the jury room. During trial, the attorneys have the right to object. That's you've seen on TV. Objection, this whole court's out of order. I don't think you'll hear that, but you may hear objection, hearsay, objection, leading. My job is to rule on those objections. Perfectly appropriate for there to be an objection. If I sustain an objection, the attorney who asked the objectionable question has to try something different. If I overrule the objection, we keep on going in the direction we were. My rulings on these objections are just the application of law. It's not me saying, great argument, stronger case, anything like that. That's not hearsay, so I'm going to let the person keep going. Every once in a while, an attorney will stand up and say, Judge, I've got a motion. And that is code for you of we get a break. That's one of those scenarios where I have to talk with them outside your presence. It's something more complicated than an objection where they need to get into what they think is about to happen, but they don't want you to hear what they think is about to happen. Like I said, I try to channel those into your natural breaks, but every once in a while we can't because of something that just happened unexpectedly. So I'm apologizing in advance, although it's just a bonus break for you all, but we do try to do that work, not on your time, but at the end of the day or during your lunch break or something. And again, anything I say in ruling on objections or motions is simply my ruling on that issue. It is not meant to be in any way, nor should it be construed as a comment on the strength of the evidence, the guilt or lack of guilt of the defendants, or the attorney's performance. I'm just trying to apply the law as best I understand it to the situations that the lawyers are presenting to me. You all have a role as well. You are the fact finders. You decide what happened in this case. And ultimately, at the end, you'll apply the law I give you to the facts that you found to see if the state met its burden of proving guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. In doing all this, you will necessarily be determining the credibility or believability of witnesses. In determining that credibility, you are free to consider all the evidence you've already heard when a witness takes the stand, as well as the manner in which the witness testifies, that you watching the witness break out into a sweat when a certain question is asked. And you're also free to consider the witness's interest or lack of interest in the outcome of the case or a bias that the witness may have. Now, as jurors, you're taking notes, but you're generally fairly passive in the sense that you're not asking questions in the same way that the lawyers are. But you will have an opportunity at the close of every witness's testimony to ask your own questions. The way you do that is not stand up and say, well, I've got one now, but you're going to use those note cards that you see spread out in front of the jurors in the front row, and you're going to write your questions down. Please write legibly. Please write on only one side of the card. You can put as many questions as you can fit legibly on one side of the card. But after every witness's testimony, we'll take a quick break so you can write down questions if you've got them. Deputy Gordon will collect all those cards. I'll meet with the lawyers to work through those questions, because in the same way that a lawyer can ask a question that is objectionable, jurors can as well. But the legally appropriate questions that you've posed, I will then ask of the witness. So no one's going to know, don't put your name on the card. We're not going to, juror 7, another bad question. I will ask the legally proper questions that you pose, and then the attorneys will have a chance to follow up. You should draw no conclusions or inferences from the fact that one of your questions may not get asked. Questions are not evidence. It's only answers. And you just happen to come up with a question that may be fascinating in your mind, but legally there's some reason why that question cannot be asked. Sometimes it's because it's not quite the right witness. I'll just let you know, it is often a juror situation where they say, well, I'm making this up, did you take photographs of the situation? And that's not the person who's responsible for that. And so the lawyers and I agree, we're just going to table that because we know coming up is a witness who is the photographer, and we'll be getting into that. So we will get to topics that you may raise in a question that's a legally appropriate question. It's just not the right question for this witness. But again, the important point is you shouldn't draw any conclusions from the fact that your questions may not be asked. One last thing about the evidence, and that is, in this case, there may be some evidence that is presented that goes to only one of the two defendants. And I'm giving you an instruction now, and I'll probably do it each time we get to a witness who will be doing something about that. And I'll certainly tell you at the end that in certain instances, you're going to need to cabin that evidence as to only Mr. Sanders or only Mr. Pittman. And it would be in particular evidence that might tend to show that one or the other was involved in gang activity, for example. But I'll let you know in advance. It's not going to be a mystery. This witness is going to talk to you all about some evidence that you need to consider only against defendant X and not defendant Y. Because if it implicates anyone, and it may not implicate anyone, it would only implicate defendant X and not defendant Y. And so if you're a note taker, just make sure you note down, hey, when that witness was talking about that situation, that is only to be considered as to defendant X and not defendant Y. It is important that you pay as close attention as you can to the evidence being presented throughout the trial. If at any point you can't hear because the witness is soft-spoken or we're a little technically challenged here, there are going to be a few times, in particular with some videos, where we have to run it only through that screen there. And if you can't see it because of where you're seated, we'll move the screen around. But I need you to be as dialed in as you can be throughout the process. And as always, if we need to take a break, we will do that. It's also important that you view the evidence with an open mind and resist the temptation to reach conclusions until you've heard everything. You may hear that first witness and say, I figured this one out. Guess what? You haven't, because there are a lot of moving parts in this case. You should not discuss the case with any of your colleagues until all the evidence is in, you've heard closings, and I've charged you with the law. So when you're on a lunch break, you guys are free to eat as a group, as small groups, and talk about anything you want except the case. That leaves a whole lot of subject material to cover. Just don't talk about the case. A corollary of that is that you need to restrict your intake of information about this case to what happens here in court. Do not engage in outside research. That's why I let you ask questions. Do not Google something. If a witness uses a term that you do not understand, that is a perfect time to write it down on a card. We have a medical examiner testify. Doctors love using complicated terms for arm. What was the lateral plexoris? Oh, that's his arm. So just write that down. That witness will answer your question. Do not get online to look something up. If you're curious what that goodwill looked like at Collier, do not get online to see what it looks like from Google Maps. There will be pictures, if the lawyers think it's important, presented here. Outside research is contamination because one of you gets it, you're filtering it, you share it with the group. Also, the lawyers don't have a chance to try to rebut it. Maybe what you got online is wrong. It was a Google Maps from 2018. The situation happened in 2020. Maybe it looked different in 2020. So please resist that temptation. If you've got questions, put them on the cards. What this also means is that when you get home tonight, you need to not engage the people around you about what you went through. You can tell them you're having a great time, you have a criminal trial, but that's about it. Very well-meaning people in your life are going to say, let me tell you what happened to me in my trial. When a judge tells you this, he's hiding something. I'm not hiding anything. That was a different trial. You need to be as discreet as you can with the folks in your life about what this jury service is like until you're done. When you're done with your jury service, you can tell anyone everything you want about the case. You can write a book about the case. But between now and the end of your service, you need to be in a little bit of an information bubble. I don't think this will be anything that's on the radio. There are no cameras in here filming this. But you need to isolate yourself from outside influences because those folks, while well-meaning, aren't jurors in this case. And so when they tell you, you know what, if you've heard that many witnesses, then the state's got a great case. If it was a bad case, they'd only have a few witnesses. That's wrong. And that's not the kind of information that you should be receiving from people around you. So just tell them you're having a great time and you'll talk about it in more detail when the trial is over. That is what I've got for you all. And I'm going to turn now to Mr. Hiles to see if he's ready to go with his opening.
Yes, Your Honor.
Gangs, guns, and greed. Led to the murder of Lawrence Denny on October 20th, 2020, and DeAndre Pittman and Antonio Sanders. On October 20th of 2020, Lawrence Denny, in the early hours, just after 3:30 a.m., he traveled to the Goodwill to drop off some used books. You'll see this on video. As he turns around, you see him become startled. You see the front of his red Cadillac. But unfortunately, in that video, the awning of the Goodwill blocks what's going on behind his Cadillac, even behind the hood of it. You cannot even see his driver's side of it. You see Mr. Denny run into the parking lot. And then the next thing you see on the video is his Cadillac, and then Mr. Denny waving around. Now, that is when the Atlanta police got involved. This was not the first shooting these two defendants were involved in on this particular day. You see, about 2 hours earlier, the defendants were up in Gwinnett County at the Aranda Inn. It's not the Aramada Inn, it's an Aranda Inn, which is different. And they pulled in a stolen Kia K5 that is trailed by another actor. You will see that the defendants are on video breaking into multiple cars. And at that same, as they're breaking into the cars, they're interrupted. And just as they were interrupted, they did when they were interrupted, Mr. Denny dropping off the books, when they're interrupted in Gwinnett County, they began firing into the hotel. There really are no questions on the key facts of this case. The defendants were presently involved in both scenes, in both shootings. They committed these acts as members of 5275 Slime Gang Young. You're also going to hear that the defendants discarded the victim's car at the Camelot Apartments, which is essentially their center of operations or their home base. There is going to be a lot of evidence presented in this case. Some of that evidence is simply to show you what was collected and how it was tested, even though it might not directly prove that these defendants were involved in this murder. But the evidence had to be processed. And so we will walk you through those steps as to what was done. So what you're going to see is the night started at 5985 Overbrook Parkway in Norcross to look at who we met. From there, the defendants went down to 1180 Collier Road. And at 1180 Collier Road, that is where the victim, Mr. Lawrence Denny, was met. Directly after that, the defendants went to 3200 Stone Road. And at 3200 Stone Road, there was a phone call of two individuals that were stealing the license plate off of Ms. Joyner's car in her parking lot at that apartment. Eventually, that drive-out tag that was stolen off of Ms. Joyner's car was found fixed to the stolen Cadillac of Mr. Lawrence Denny. Here's the timeline. Just after 1:30 a.m., two cars pull into the Armada Inn. A Kia K5 and an Acura. Both are trailing each other. Or the Acura trailing the Kia K5. The individuals that are occupying these vehicles spread out and begin punching the windows, particularly of pickup trucks, and rummaging through. Just after 1:36 a.m., they're interrupted. They begin firing into the hotel. There's 17 shell casings recovered from the Gwinnett County scene. And there are multiple projectiles or the bullets that are fired from the guns that are recovered from the scene as well. Multiple cars were broken into and multiple projectiles struck the cars as well. So what you're going to see, and we find this out later, is that Antonio Sanders had the GPS on his phone turned off. turned on. The precise location of his movements that night were tracked by this phone. Sanders' GPS records placed him on the scene of the shooting in Gwinnett County as well as the break-ins. You will see that his cell tower records, which show which cell tower his cell phone is bouncing off of when he makes a call, also confirm that he was in that area. They match what his GPS records said. DeAndre Pittman, his cell tower records show that he was on the scene at the time of the entering autos and the aggravated assault in Gwinnett County. Now there's a third person, Keandre Baker. Mr. Baker was also a member of 5275 Slime Gang Young Crew. And there's constant communications with these individuals, with Mr. Baker and Mr. Pittman and Sanders throughout this night. For this particular crime, Keandre Baker was on scene, and they were all in communication with each other, which we know from their cell phone records, as well as their tower records, the cell towers that they were bouncing off of. Now, after the shooting, Keandre Pittman and Antonio Sanders immediately call each other after the Gwinnett County shooting. They are driving, consistent with two cars trailing each other on the same phone. As they are talking, their cell phones are bouncing off the same cell towers, tracking down I-85 back towards the city, moving with each other. Occasionally, the GPS on Mr. Sanders' phone will register, and you'll get the precise location, and it's always consistent with the cell towers that their cell phones are bouncing off of when they're communicating with each other. What you're also going to see is that just before 3:36 a.m., DeAndre Pittman and Antonio Sanders are on scene at the 1180 Collier Road where Mr. Denny was killed. You'll see that Mr. Denny is dropping off his books. Antonio Sanders has GPS and cell tower records placing him on that scene as well. Just like the Gwinnett County shooting, as soon as they flee, there's an immediate phone call between DeAndre Pittman and Antonio Sanders that tracks away from the scene, hitting the exact same cell towers, showing that they are following each other. Now, what we also have is license plate readers that capture the location throughout the city of the Kia K5, as well as the Cadillac that was just taken at gunpoint from Mr. Denny when he was shot and killed. The cell tower records and the GPS records also match the movings of the Cadillac after that Cadillac was taken into hijack. Now, just after 5:22 a.m., Ms. Joyner, she calls 911 to report two males stealing her drive-out cat. She states that there is a red Cadillac and a Dodge Challenger with bear claw marks over the headlights. Antonio Sanders is on scene. His GPS records as well as his cell tower records corroborate that. What you will also see is that just prior to arriving on scene, Antonio Sanders calls fellow gang member Keandre Baker, and that those two converge on the 3200 road scene, and eventually are both on scene to take the drive-out tag from this joint. Now, the reason I mentioned the Dodge Challenger that had stolen, that had claw marks on the front of the headlights is because Keandre Baker was seen also driving that particular Dodge Challenger. He was posting on Instagram Live that he was in possession of that particular Dodge Challenger. Camelot Apartments. So you're going to hear a lot of evidence about Camelot Apartments being the home base or the center of operations for this particular gang. It is where many of the gang members live, but it's also an area where authorities are consistently recovering stolen cars. that they are often dumped by this gang. Antonio Sanders at 6:03 a.m. is present at Camelot per his GPS. This is going to be the same location where the victim's red Cadillac is recovered. The red Cadillac no longer has the tag that rightfully belonged to Lawrence Finney, but it has the actual drive-out tag that was stolen by Antonio Sanders and Keandre Baker. Now, this case, it's a culmination of the evidence gathered through simultaneous investigations of multiple agencies. And many of these investigations were going on independently of each other. And it wasn't until this homicide occurred that these other agencies even realized they were looking into the same things. You're going to hear information from Atlanta PD, South Fulton PD, the Fayette County Sheriff's Department, the Clayton County Sheriff's Department, the Gwinnett County Police Department. You're actually going to hear some expert testimony from the FBI, and also, as well as some testimony from the Georgia State Patrol as to their dealings with this particular gang, an examination of the victim's stolen red Cadillac. Now, the first break in this case, so I want to explain, this case wasn't solved like that. It was a very hectic scene, and there was a big gathering of information. Nobody knew who did this when the first responder.
Nobody knew.
Nobody knew who committed these acts, the murder of Lawrence Finney, when officers first responded to the scene. All they knew was that there was a deceased male, 70 years old, who had a Cadillac key fob and no Cadillac present in the scene. So you'll hear from the lead detective that it was the challenger, the Keandre Baker, that posted on Instagram Live. That flagged the attention of City of South Fulton, who noticed a be on the lookout for that particular challenger because they knew that it was flagged by APD as having been involved in theft of the drive. So APD was looking for it. South Fulton sees that they're looking for it. And South Fulton says, hey, I think I know where this challenger is. You might want to take a look here. And that is what ultimately led them to search the area of Camelot where that challenger was recovered and finding Lawrence Finney's red Cadillac. So on October 21st of 2020, Antonio Sanders and Keandre Baker are arrested together. Okay? They are arrested by Officer Warren in the Clayton County Sheriff's Office on other charges. And when they are arrested, their cell phones are collected. An initial search of Keandre Baker's cell phone pursuant to a search warrant shows that he actually Googled on October 21st, shooting at Goodwill homicide, Collier Road. So instantly he became the first suspect. And you'll notice that he was not charged on this indictment, and you'll learn why. But what you will also see is that the communications between the numbers that we learned to be Leandre Pittman and Antonio Sanders' cell phone numbers, the numbers that match the phones that they were arrested with, the numbers that are saved in all of their friends' phones as being theirs, those numbers were in very close communication with Keandre Baker in and around the times of this incident. So Investigator Lucas Sajak, he got cell phone records, tower records for both Leandre Pittman and Antonio Sanders. And what those records initially showed was, hey, these cell phones, they are in the area of all the crimes that I know that have been committed that night. They're in the area of its tag being stolen, they're in the area of a homicide, and they're also in the area of the aggravated assault in Gwinnett County, which is what leads to the arrest warrants from the arrest warrants. Now, the original search of Antonio Sanders' phone, it was password protected, encrypted data. They were not able to initially get in with the technology that they have for cracking protected phones. You'll hear that it is a game of cat and mouse between Apple and law enforcement that and Google as well, that they are constantly coming out with new operating systems that protect information more, and then law enforcement and other agencies are shortly behind trying to catch up with that and get into it. But eventually, a little over a year and a half after the shooting, the technology has come to an area where they were able to get into Antonio Sanders' phone, and that's when it was discovered that his cell data, his GPS was turned on, which showed all of his movements on the day of the homicide just happened. Fayette County. Fayette County heard about these murders almost a year later. They happened to be investigating 5275 Slime Gang Young Crew at the same time of the murder, and they had collected search warrants on many Instagrams of members of that gang, including Keandre Baker, including Leandre Pittman. The records included statements from Leandre Pittman that directly inculcated him into those murders. You see, one of those statements was that Cadillac, shortly after the murder, to another gang member, was that Cadillac got blitzed last night. Now, what I haven't told you yet is that Lawrence Denny himself was also, and that he shot back. And when he shot back, he shot his Cadillac multiple times. Pittman sends his fellow gang members an Instagram direct message the day of the murder, day after the murder, that says that Cadillac got blitzed last night. And then 30 minutes later, Leandre Pittman follows that message up to the same gang member and states, "Old man from last night died." City of South Fulton. City of South Fulton is where the Camelot apartment complex is located. They had been investigating this particular gang for quite a long time. A lot of the evidence that you are going to hear from them is not necessarily specific to the murders that happened in the city of Atlanta, but it is specific to the gang, 5275 Slime Gang Young Crew, as well as the names of the individuals that are in that, the way that the gang interacts with each other, the way that the gang commits their crimes, how they trade cars that they steal, how they use those cars to commit other crimes, including entering autos, armed robberies, and other thefts, as well as the nicknames of these individuals. You'll see a lot of communications via Instagram with nicknames. So it's going to be City of South Fulton that identifies the street names or gang names of the members communicating with each other. You will see that Antonio Sanders, he went by multiple names, Lil Duke, D5, and D-Shot. Don't have it up there, but Leandre Pittman, he went by Lil Head, H-E-A-D, Head. State Patrol. State Patrol was given possession of the Cadillac after it was recovered. The dump of the computer inside the victim's Cadillac, Mr. Lawrence Denny's Cadillac, what it shows is that after the murder, Antonio Sanders connected his phone to the Bluetooth of the Cadillac, registered to the computer of the Cadillac. It shows that the iPhone that connected was D-Shot's iPhone, which is a known nickname of the defendant. And it shows that the number associated with that iPhone is 470-547-6240, which is the number that we know is assigned to Antonio Sanders' phone. You'll even get a playlist that was played as the car was driven around just hours after Lawrence Denny was killed. You're going to hear a lot of evidence of other acts. when the judge briefly described to you some of the limiting instructions that will be given, but you're going to be giving a heads up when this evidence is presented. It is not necessarily evidence that is directly involved in the crimes charged or in the underlying crimes charged, the murder, the aggravated assault, hijacking the first degree, but it will be evidence of gang and gang activity, how the gang interacts, their affiliations, rules, regulations, and as well as the manner in which they commit their crimes. It's here evidence of how they trade cars, stolen cars amongst each other, and how they also trade guns amongst each other regularly. You're going to hear a lot of expert evidence. You're going to hear evidence from the medical examiner, giving you cause of death and the manner of death. And you're going to hear experts of ballistic expert, firearm expert. Mr. J. Jarvis, he examined the shell casings. His findings were that the Kia shell casings that were recovered from the Kia K5 that we know were used in the Gwinnett County incident and the homicide of Lawrence Denny, the shell casings recovered from inside of that car matched some of the shell casings that were recovered on scene with the Gwinnett County incident. You will also hear that the guns that the defendants, Mr. Antonio Sanders and Keandre Baker, were arrested in possession of. Those guns, they did not match any of the shell casings that were fired from any scene. Did not match. And we'll also hear evidence of how guns were traded before and after crimes. Now, I do want to say one thing. Mr. J. Jarvis, he was our contracted expert, firearms expert. He performed lots of firearm comparisons for us. Unfortunately, since he has completed this, he suffered a traumatic brain injury. He's actually in a coma for weeks. He is still recovering, moving slow, not operating fully. So what you will hear is that his evidence, his examinations were peer reviewed by a guy named Brian Leopard, who looked at the pictures taken under the microscope, as well as the notes that were taken by Mr. Denny in his final reports. He will not be able to testify that, yes, this is exactly what happened, but he can testify to that these results that J. Jarvis came to are technically sound in the industry standards. So that's what you're going to hear. You're also going to hear that the only shell casings that were recovered from the scene of the homicide belonged to the victim and the victim's gun. There were no other shell casings that were recovered from the scene of Lawrence Denny's murder. You're going to hear from fingerprint analysis experts from both the GBI and City of Atlanta. There were multiple cars processed. The GBI processed some of the cars. Some fingerprints were lifted by Atlanta Police Department. But those, none of the fingerprints collected come back to any of the charged defendants. No fingerprints match Antonio Sanders or Leandre Pittman from either the Kia K5 or the Cadillac. We'll explain. You'll hear how fingerprints are collected, why sometimes lifts that are lifted aren't suitable for comparison, especially when a car is dirty or covered with multiple fingerprints. We'll hear about why you can actually see a fingerprint on a door window and then hear why it might not be suitable for comparison once it's lifted, or why you might not be able to get a lift at all. You're also going to hear from the GBI for DNA typing, DNA analysis. You're going to hear that the recovered, there's one unknown DNA profile that's recovered from all of these scenes, from the Cadillac, from the Kia, and from the scene of the crime. That unknown profile does not match Leandre Pittman. It does not match Antonio Sanders. all of the known profiles that were recovered, surgical masks, a water bottle, those all match the victim, Mr. Lawrence. You're going to hear from FBI Agent Bilson. Agent Bilson is part of the CAS team. He is going to show you a map of the plots of the cell towers in relation to all the crime scenes. He will show you where the GPS is located on the maps, and you will be able to see how those phones track from Gwinnett County down to Fulton County, down to the scene of the homicide, over to the scene where the drive-out tag was stolen, and then ultimately all the way back to Camelot, the home base, 5275 Slime Game, Young Crew. You're getting precise timing down to the second. I avoided the timeline earlier, including seconds, yet. You're also going to hear expert game testimony. It will explain the makeup of 5275. You're going to hear how it is a hybrid criminal street game, and you're going to hear how it is connected to the Bloods, particularly the sex, money, murder, as well as young slime life. You'll hear those common symbols and identifiers that are often posted and claimed by all of the members of that particular street game, including the Iron Pittman and Antonio Sanders. We'll also learn rules, customs, and identifiers. And not only that, you'll understand and hear information about how these crimes are applicable to the Georgia's gang, street gang terrorism prevention. All right. Remember that our victims and our witnesses, they're not on trial. This is not a case about justification. I understand that the victim unloaded his firearm, but this, you're going to hear that that was during an armed hijacking. There's no excuse for the victim's behavior. All right, this is really what I wanted to explain to you guys too. The order of witnesses. I'm going to apologize now. It is spring break. I had this mapped out for weeks of my witness testimony. I've had witnesses that would build on each other. A lot of this information that was gathered is going to be gathered by individuals who only gather data. They don't know what it means. They can't explain it to you. So they're going to be testifying to admit it into evidence, while there's going to be other witnesses, whether they be expert or general law enforcement witnesses, that explain what that data means. That's everything from cell phone dumps, extractions, to Instagram dumps, and even the collection of physical evidence. You're going to have a lot of questions, I think, I anticipate. Just know that this is not going to come together just right off the bat. Everything I told you was discovered in hindsight. This wasn't an investigation that went A, B, C, D, E. It kind of went from A to G and back to C all over again, and then was organized in time afterwards. But I am confident that once it is explained, that you will understand why these two particular defendants were charged. I also want to make something clear. There's no doubt in my mind that there were other individuals involved in the homicide of Lawrence Pitt. I think videos from the Gwinnett County shooting would show that, as well as videos of the video integration system center of the Cadillac, the Kia K5, and an unidentified car fleeing at a high rate of speed away from the murder scene, that suggests there's at least a minimum of one more person who was involved in this case. But this case isn't about what they did or why we cannot prove that those unknown individuals are here for murder. We're here for the actions of those two defendants. This case is about unjustified homicide at a public location with an innocent victim. I think what you will see is that ultimately, this case is about a gang who conspires to use stolen cars to commit other auto thefts, to commit other auto, other auto thefts, and to commit other entering autos. Ultimately, I cannot tell you who pulled the trigger that killed Lawrence Denny. I can't. But what you will see is that this conspiracy holds everybody that was involved liable for crimes as charged in this indictment. End of the day, on October 20th, the defendants as charged committed a vehicular homicide, or I'm sorry, a hijacking in the first degree, and in doing so, they killed a 7-year-old man with convictions. These were done as a conspiracy and part of 5275 Slime Gang Young Group, and each defendant is guilty of all crimes, regardless of who pulled the trigger, and then the defendants should be found guilty in all counts. Before I sit down, I want to make one other thing clear. You're going to hear from witnesses that come from all different walks of life. Not everybody's going to have the same shared life experiences as you guys. And use your own life experiences to dissect what they're saying. But just because they say things differently than you, act differently than you, I don't think that's reason to discredit or even give them credit. Just keep that in mind. I also want you to know that you'll be hearing from some law enforcement officers, particularly former law enforcement officers, who may seem to be over everything, over the state, over everything. I cannot speak to the professional appearance of any of the witnesses. We call who we call, and so take that as for what you will. But after all the evidence is presented, I should go to return to the jury room and return a verdict of guilty on all.
Thank you, Mr. Hiles. Mr. Hoover, Mr. Brown, I don't want the order in which you two want to go. I defer to you 100%. Who wants to go first? You're up, sir.
Good morning. Again, my name is Joe Brown, and I'm representing Mr. Pittman over here. Whatever the crime that person is charged with, there's one element that's in every crime, and that element is identity. The state has to prove identity beyond a reasonable doubt, every single crime. And in this case, the state seeks to prove that my client committed these crimes by cell phone pings, primarily. That's mainly what you heard this one. Now, a cell phone ping won't prove where a murder took place unless this murder took place at a cell phone tower. At best, the state is going to seek to prove that this murder took place near a particular cell phone tower. How near, we'll have to see. But the state has to prove identity beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, the kind of evidence that could prove identity beyond a reasonable doubt, the state is lacking in this case. The state doesn't have one eyewitness to say, I saw Mr. Pittman commit the murder. I saw Mr. Pittman commit the carjackings. Not one witness. Video is used in a lot of cases. Not one video saying, capturing Mr. Pittman committing the murder or the carjacking or any of the crimes that he's being charged with. Fingerprint, DNA evidence, no DNA evidence. So as the state has presented, all the DNA evidence that it collected leads back to the deceased, not to any of the defendants. Fingerprint evidence, no fingerprint evidence leading back to Mr. Pittman. There is fingerprint evidence leading back to a person whose name has been repeated throughout the state's presentation. That is Keandre Baker. Keandre Baker's fingerprint is on the stolen drive-out tag. His palm print is inside of the stolen K5. He is located, he is at the Gwinnett County shooting, as you saw in the presentation. He is at the 3200 Stone Road. He is at the Camelot Apartments. At 3200 Stone Road is where the drive-out tag was stolen. Camelot Apartments is where the stolen vehicles are dumped. And as stated in the state's presentation, he's done a search on the cell phone for the Goodwill shooting. But Mr. Baker is not sitting over here, and the state hasn't stated why he's not here, when it seems like most of the evidence leads to Keandre Baker. Now, I expect that the state is going to present evidence of a crime, another crime my client is charged with that occurred 2 years later when he was at the Fulton County Jail. That's problematic because that has absolutely nothing to do with this incident that we're in court for today, nothing. And just as Judge McBurney stated regarding this case, that my client is innocent, but is presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. He's also presumed innocent in that case as well. But something that may be presented may prejudice my client, and it would be pretty unfair. If you do not believe that the state has proven Mr. Pittman guilty beyond a reasonable doubt on any of the crimes that he's being charged with, you must find him not guilty. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Hoover, are you going to give an opening?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Good morning, everybody. There are a couple of things I want to touch on that we heard from the judge this morning. So, two major things the judge told you about the indictment is, number one, it's not proof of anything, and number two, that it's not evidence of guilt. And he's absolutely right. It's just what the state charged him with. Ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear me talk about this a lot. I'm going to start today with the indictment is more than that. So on August 23rd, 2021, members of the Fulton County District Attorney's Office went to a grand jury. I wasn't there. Nobody at the table was there. It was the DA's office and their witnesses. And what they did was they told those individuals on the grand jury that everything we're about to present to you is true beyond a reasonable doubt. What this indictment is, ladies and gentlemen, is a promise to all of you that everything in this indictment is true beyond a reasonable doubt. And not only everything in the indictment is
Your Honor, I
true.
object to that.
Your objection is?
My objection is the grand jury is a probable cause standard, not a beyond a reasonable doubt standard.
Okay. I don't know that we need to tangle now, but you know what the standard is for a grand jury. It's not beyond a reasonable doubt, but you certainly are free to refer to the indictment as a promise. Let's just not mix and match the burdens of proof.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Like I was saying, what this indictment is a promise to the citizens of Fulton County that everything they're going to say is true to you beyond a reasonable doubt. So I'm going to go into the indictment because, ladies and gentlemen, out of the 15 counts, 9 of them have nothing to do with this case. Now, what the state is going to do, unfortunately, based off the evidence that I think they're going to present, the majority of this trial has nothing to do with what happened on October 20th, 2020. The majority of the witnesses, the majority of the evidence you see, it has nothing to do with who actually shot Mr. Denton. And I'll explain why. So the first 6 counts deal with the violation of Street Gang Terrorism Prevention Act. And y'all will get a copy of this when you go back and just see what I'm talking about. But in the first 6 counts, they deal with subsection A. What the state is trying to tell you is that this happened while these 2 young men were participating in street gang activity. I'm going to tell you now, the Bloods are not on trial here. 5275, Slime Gang Young Crew, They're not on trial here. You're not gonna get witnesses up there who's gonna say, yes, I'm part of the Bloods, and yes, that's what we were doing then. That's not what happens. What the state is gonna do, I believe they're gonna present evidence. Their experts are gonna get up there and say, yes, the Bloods have been in existence since the 1960s. The Bloods started in California. They came over to across the country into every other part of America. Now they're in Georgia. I believe they're also going to tell you that now they're hybrids of Bloods. So we can't tell you too much about the hierarchy of 5275. We can't tell you who's in charge. We can't tell you the conspiracy they talked about. There's nothing that's going to point to a conspiracy from the Bloods or 5275, ladies and gentlemen, because they are not on trial. Unfortunately, Mr. Sanders and Mr. Pittman are on trial, but the first 6 counts they're going to try to tell you that the Bloods are on trial, and because Bloods since the 1960s have broken into cars, that means what they did was criminal gang activity. That's not true. The judge is not going to tell you that when he reads the evidence or when he reads the law to you. But they're going to say since the 1960s or 50s, because someone got shot, Bloods have shot people in the past, that means what they did was criminal gang activity. That's not true either. I want to make this extremely clear because, ladies and gentlemen, the majority of the evidence you're going to see has to do with the gang stuff. This is not criminal street gang activity. You just pay attention to what they're actually presenting to you and what they're actually saying when they talk about counts 1 through 6. Now, count 7 is also the criminal street gang activity, but it deals with subsection B. And in subsection B, what they're promising you is that Mr. Pittman and Mr. Sanders committed these crimes to earn membership, maintain, or increase status. You're not going to see one piece of evidence. You're not going to hear from one witness that says Antonio Sanders was this type of person in the gang, and then after all these crimes, he went up. You're not going to see one witness or one piece of evidence that said Antonio Sanders was trying to get in the gang, and after this crime, they let him in the gang. He didn't get a promotion. He didn't maintain any status. He didn't increase any status. They're not going to show he got more power. They're not going to show he got more respect. They're not going to show that he gained anything in this gang that they're going to come up with, in this conspiracy that they want to tell you about. Not one piece of evidence is going to tell you that. They promise you that that's what they were going to show you, and I guarantee you the evidence will not show you that. Now, count 8 deals with street gang activity, but it deals with subsection C. And in subsection C, they're trying to say that the stealing the 2016 Cadillac ATS was to acquire or maintain proceeds, again, for the gang. Not one piece of evidence is going to show you that the Bloods benefited in any way from taking that Cadillac. Not one piece of evidence is going to show you that 5275 benefited in any way from taking that Cadillac. There are no proceeds. They didn't take the car and flip it and get money for it. Antonio didn't sell the car, chop it up, and give it to somebody else. That's not going to happen. But in the indictment, they promise you that they're going to prove that to you with their case. You're not going to hear a single person that says that. What you're going to hear is the expert, I have to do air quotes because I don't believe he's an expert, is going to get up there and say, since the 1960s, gang members do this. I absolutely agree, ladies and gentlemen. I could save us all about 2 days and say, yes, Bloods have committed crimes in the past. People that are members of the Bloods have shot people. They have stolen cars. They got money for it. I will save us 2 days if they don't bring that person up because I agree that happens. But that's not what happened in this case. Nobody from 5275, the gang itself, none of that was in further or none of that benefited from what they're trying to say Mr. Sanders and Mr. Pittman did. But now they have to prove that to you because they promised you that. And I want to break that down. You see how when the state got up here in their opening, they talked about the gang, they talked about the conspiracy, but it's a little more than that. They charge subsections A, B, C, and E, and those are all individual subsections, so I don't want you to group those together like they want you to do. Break those down and listen to the evidence, and you'll see nothing is going to show you that they prove those. Part 9 is the Violation of Street Gang and Terrorism Act, but it deals with subsection E, and in subsection E, it says they did unlawfully encourage each other during the commission. Again, he talked about a conspiracy. You're not going to see messages of Mr. Sanders saying, hey, let's go out and do this. You're not going to see any type of videos where they're all conspiring together. There is no conspiracy in this case from any of them or from any of the witnesses or the evidence that's presented. The state's going to say conspiracy. They're going to get their expert to say, yes, this is what Bloods do, but we're not talking about the Bloods here. We're not talking about 5275. Remember, Mr. Sanders and Mr. Pittman are the two on trial. It's not the state of Georgia versus the Blood, so please keep that in mind because, ladies and gentlemen, the majority of the evidence you're going to hear and see has nothing to do with this case. Focus on the forensics in this case. Focus on the DNA. Focus on the fingerprints. Focus on the ballistics, and you'll see they can't answer the major question as to why all of y'all are here today. And that's what happened on October 20th, 2020, in the death of Mr. Lawrence Denny. For counts 10 through 15, ladies and gentlemen, that's the meat of this case. That's why we're here. And in these counts, ladies and gentlemen, the state either said that these acts were committed by shooting him with a firearm or with possession of a firearm. What that means is they can't just say he was shot and killed, so this man's automatically guilty. The forensics is going to show you that the person that actually fired that trigger, the person that actually had the intent to do what he did and shoot Mr. Lawrence, that person isn't sitting at the table today. You're going to see a bunch of pictures with a bunch of people. You're going to hear a name, as Mr. Brown already said, Keandre Baker. There's a reason he's not here, ladies and gentlemen. You just listen to the evidence and you'll see why. Before you make your final decision, I just ask you, hold the state to their burden and make them prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt what they promised in this indictment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hoover. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a quick break. You've been sitting here quietly and patiently and listening for a little bit. And when you return, I'll ask Mr. Hiles or Ms. Olivier to call the state's first witness. During your first break, reminder, no outside research. Don't talk about the case. Feel free to go down the hallway, do what you want to do, and we'll try to get you back in here. This clock is a little off, but it will be what we call game time. I'll try to get you back in here 11:15, maybe a minute later, and we'll pick back up once you're ready. Thank you. You all can have a break in just a moment. An update, Juror 16 is being dropped off the courthouse steps in about 2 minutes. So she'll come here. I'm going to have her come into the courtroom. I need to swear her in, but I want to get on the record what I believe is everyone's understanding. Juror 16, Ms. Was not here this morning when we started. We were unable to reach her via phone. Phone went straight to voicemail. I tried it 3 times. My staff had the same results. She was emailed last night by my staff, just like all the other 13 jurors who showed up. No contact at all. Mr. Hiles had the good idea this morning of trying to text Ms. Bowman. Don't know if she got the text, but she was on the phone with my staff a few minutes after the text was sent. I conferred with the lawyers outside the presence of the jury about what to do. Everyone seemed anxious to have a second alternate, which is what Ms. Bowman would become. And everyone agreed that she could join her fellow jurors without having received my initial charge, as well as all of the openings. We discussed she should just come as soon as she gets here, but that could mean that she showed up in the middle of one of the openings and didn't get all of them. She is going to be here, as I said, momentarily, and she will pick up with the state's first witness. So she will have missed no evidence. She will have missed the openings and my initial charge, and she will become the second alternate. I'm not going to tell her that she's the second alternate, but that's what she will be. Any issues with, is that your understanding of what we're doing? Is that something the state agrees to 100%?
Yes, that is my understanding, and the state agrees.
Okay. Mr. Hoover, on behalf of Mr. Sanders.
Yes, Your Honor, that's our understanding, and we agree.
And Mr. Brown, on behalf of Mr. Pittman.
That's our understanding and we agree.
Okay, then let's start your break. As soon as Ms. Bowman gets here, she's not going to go back to the jury room. She'll come in here first. We'll end our break a little bit early. I'll swear her in, explain that it's a little bit different, but she's plugging in and she needs to join her colleagues and pay attention and feel free to ask questions. I'll give her that instruction that she's able to ask questions. And then you should be ready to go with your first witness.
Yes.
Mr. Hiles. All right, thank you, everyone. Before we, anything from the state before we break?
Not before we break.
Okay, Mr. Hoover
No, Your Honor.
and Mr. Brown. Okay, we're off the record. Mr. Hiles, and I'll mute the microphone in just a moment. Mr. Hiles, will you be, with your first few witnesses, plugging in HDMI, or will we be using the regular system?
So I will be using the HDMI, first two witnesses, and also going to use the Elmo on the first witness.
Okay. Are you able to pop back and forth from the HDMI?
Very quickly. I got the remote right here. We tested it this morning.
Okay,
I'm going to keep the remote at my table so I can do that.
that's fine. But it will bounce back to then using, if someone wanted to use their own screen to share or something, it'll go back to the regular
So
system?
If everybody's sharing, it will be on all the
Emailing.
Camelot, right?
What?
This will be Camelot?
No. That's gonna be the Gwinnett County thing? Oh.
We're bringing your clients out now. Ms. Bowman is here. So once your clients are situated, we'll get her in the jury box and chat a little bit.
I think we'll go to the same page.
Are they? I'm not gonna publish all of that.
I want to zoom, but,
I love your
is
I
this,
have
this
so
blood,
I love it when the tie is like.
Oh, yeah, those are
really
markers,
elegant.
like highlighting. To compare to.
okay, I didn't.
You're rocking it though. I knew it in different colors, so.
Yeah. Oh, I'm getting food today. I'm gonna try halal.
All right, Ms. Rivers, are you ready? Okay, let's go back on the record. Mr. Howes, if you'll just hold off on that for a second, and let's bring Ms. Bowman in, please.
Well, because if they live there, what you're saying is not as strong.
No, I'll show you later.
Oh,
I'll show you
okay.
why.
Okay. Here's the truth.
Oh, sorry.
You don't have to go all the way in. You can, because you're gonna actually go into the jury room in just a second. Okay, just take a seat, please. All right, we're back on the record in State versus Pittman and Sanders, and we are joined by juror 16, Ms. Bowman. Good morning. We tried very hard to reach you yesterday. Called your number, it went to voicemail, which is the one thing I asked to have not happen with your cell phone. And we sent you an email. It sounds like you missed the email.
I missed the email, but somehow it wasn't on my regular grid. I had to search.
Okay. Is your phone now taking calls from us?
Yes,
Okay. What happened last night? Was it off, or why weren't we able to reach you?
for some reason, it was off on the side.
Yeah.
Right now, I just turned it off because I'm here.
Good.
But it was off, and my whole phone was like, almost like it was shut down or something. But when I got up this morning, then I turned on my phone, and then that's when I seen it.
When did you get up this morning?
I got up at like 9:20.
Okay.
And I realized when I checked my phone, I always check my phone when I get up. And I checked it the next morning. I saw all that and I was like, oh my God.
Yeah, that's the right reaction. So you're one of the jurors. I'm going to swear you in just a moment to commit to me here in court that you will not be late again during the course of the trial. Okay? How are you going to get down here?
My husband will bring me.
Okay. And I don't remember, he works, so you can't tell us what he does. Is he going to be able to get you?
He's already made it okay with this.
Okay. And how are you going to get home?
He'll pick me up.
Well, that's awfully nice of him. All right. So let me just give you a couple ground rules. The jury room is back there. You're going to go back there in just a minute, meet your colleagues. That is your home away from home. There's food in there. There's water in there. That's for you to use. You're welcome to bring your own stuff if that's what you want to do instead. We're going to go from 9 to 5 every day if we can. We cannot start until everyone is here. So you'll need to be here at 9 tomorrow morning. Is there a notepad for her? We need to get an extra notepad. There's a notepad and pencil. You're welcome to get your own pen, but you're free to take notes of what happens. There has been no evidence presented yet. It's going to start when all 14 of you come back out here when the state calls its first witness. And you're welcome to take notes. Don't try to write everything down, but there may be some things you want to write down. And those notes will stay private until you begin your deliberations at the end of the trial. At the end of each witness's testimony, if you have questions about what the witness said, you didn't understand something, or you're just curious about something, you'll be able to ask your own questions. You'll do that by writing them down on those note cards there. So you're not actually going to raise your hand and say, hey, what year were you born? You'll write that down on a card, and then I'll share those questions with the lawyers. And if it's a legally appropriate question, then I'll ask it of the witness. If at any point you need a break because you can't see or hear, or you've just been sitting in here too long and you need to use the restroom, raise your hand or let Deputy Gordon know, and we'll take a quick timeout. I told that to all the other jurors as well, not just you. I'm going to ask you now to stand up and raise your right hand so I can give you the same oath that everyone else took. Do you swear or affirm that you shall fairly try this case between the state of Georgia and Leandre Pittman and Antonio Sanders, who are both charged with murder, felony murder, aggravated assault, carjacking, a firearms offense, and some gang offenses, and base your verdict solely on the evidence? Please say yes if you so swear or affirm.
Yes.
Yes, excellent. Okay. Then you are now part of the group. And I'm going to have you go back with Deputy Gordon, and then in 2 seconds, they're all going to come back in, and I'm just going to explain that you got hung up this morning, but that you're part of their group, and they shall welcome you with open arms. Okay. All right. Thank you. Do you have it before you go back? Do you have any questions about anything?
I wanted to know how many days or.
So we talked about that yesterday. This trial is expected to go into early next week. Maybe Tuesday, hopefully Monday, but it could go into early next week. It likely will. And you didn't raise your card for hardship, which tells me that you're actually available to be here all those days. And you may end up getting down here on MARTA or driving yourself. I don't mean to have your husband take you every day. Today was a special situation since you were running late. But we expect you to be here along with those 13 others through the end of the trial, which could be as late as Tuesday of next week. Okay, is that a problem?
No, it's not.
Okay.
I just needed to know. So I let my supervisor.
Great question. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Hiles, anything you want to get on the record in connection with that?
No, Your Honor, I think you put it all on the record.
Okay, Mr. Hoover?
Nothing on behalf of Mr. Sanders.
Mr. Brown?
Nothing.
Okay, Mr. Hiles, are you ready for me to bring the jurors in?
I am.
Mr. Hoover
Yes, Your Honor.
and Mr. Brown?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, if they're ready, let's bring them in, please.
I'm so excited about the L note. I just hope my courtrooms have the L note too. Because it's for my ex.
How about an exhibit list?
I will get you, Judge, it literally got deleted this morning with my PowerPoint. I will have y'all.
That sounds like a Hiles problem and not a McBurney problem.
It is.
Yeah. Okay. It's just hard to keep track of what's in and what's not without an exhibit list. Try not to delete your important documents.
About had a heart attack this morning.
Yeah.
I'm okay with it.
Yeah, it sounds like it could have been a cyber attack from the defense.
All right, the jurors. The president return for.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Welcome back from your first break. Hopefully that went well. I want to introduce you all to Ms. Bowman. Ms. Bowman introduce you to everyone else. She is part of the team. She got stuck this morning, but will be with us for the rest of the trial. And I look forward to everyone's participation. We are ready for the state to call its first witness. So Mr. Hiles or Ms. Olivier, if you'd call that person, please.
Your Honor, the state will call Sharon Lackers. Your Honor, could you toggle on the Elmo, please?
So you're going to use it right away?
I think it'd actually be easier to use the Elmo with the with the CAD reports.
Okay.
Raise your hand. You swear affirm that testimony you will give the whole truth, nothing but the truth of God.
I do.
No, you have to. Say this lady name for the record.
Sharon Latners, SHARON LATNERS.
Good morning, Ms. Latners.
Good morning.
How are you?
Fine, and you?
Fine, thank you. Ms. Latners, where are you currently employed?
City of Atlanta Communication 911 Center.
Okay. And what are your duties at the 911 center?
I am custodian of records for the 911 Center.
Okay. As a custodian of records, what sort of records are you responsible for?
I'm responsible for the audio for 911 calls, radio calls from the police officer. I'm responsible for the CAD reports.
Okay. And could you please tell the jury what a CAD report is?
CAD report is computer aided dispatch. On the CAD report, you have the incident number, the date of the incident, the time of the incident, the location of the incident, and what type of call it was when the when the call advised that they need help.
And is that information, the information on a CAD report, does it reflect every 911 call that comes through the center? On a CAD report?
Yes.
Okay. And did the state ask you to provide the CAD report for APD incident 2029400208?
Yes,
Okay, and did you actually provide that for the state?
I did.
All right. Additionally, did the state ask you for the CAD report for 2029400278?
Yes,
Okay. And did you provide that CAD report as well?
I did.
Okay.
Do you ever not provide it when people ask?
Only time you don't get a CAD report when someone dialed 911 and asks what time it is. My dog barking, we don't create a CAD report for that.
Okay.
Do people actually call 911 to ask what time it is?
Yes,
That's all good. Good, okay. I am showing you, what has been marked as exhibit, 1A. Do you recognize that exhibit?
I do.
And did you provide that CAD report?
Yes.
And can you please just read the, incident number associated with that CAD report?
20.
Your Honor, I'm gonna object. It sounds like this witness is reading something that hasn't been submitted into evidence yet.
Okay. Is that the CAD report, that we just spoke of?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would you, Your Honor, I would move, State's Exhibit 1A in evidence.
Is there a 1B?
Yes, there is.
Okay. Any objection to the admission of states 1A? Mr. Hoover?
Not to 1A.
Okay.
If it's a true and correct copy presentation of the CAD report, then no objection.
Okay. Is that a true and correct copy? This is, I mean, so we're clear, this is what you provided upon request. This is the CAD report?
Yes, sir.
Okay, it's admitted.
And, State's Exhibit 1B, was that the, audio, associated with the CAD report in 1A?
Yes.
All right, and did you and I just listen to this audio, in the hallway?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, the state would move Exhibit, 1A, or 1B into evidence.
Mr. Hoover, any objection to 1B?
No objection.
Mr. Brown?
I'll just ask the state to use the magic words, use the true and correct representation, whatever it's supposed to be, laying the foundation.
Okay, you want to ask one more question?
Sure. Is that, a full and complete copy, of the 911 call that you provided?
Yes.
Okay, did you make any alterations or deletions to that particular 911 call?
No.
All right, 1B is admitted.
All right, I will show you, Exhibit, 2A. And is, 2A a true and correct copy, of the second CAD report that we just spoke of?
Yes.
Did you make any alterations or deletions to that particular CAD report that you provided to the state?
No.
Your Honor, at this point, the state would ask to move Exhibit 2A into evidence.
So can you just show her 2B as well? Let's just do it all at once. We could have done 1A through 2B all at once, but let's just lay the foundation for all those and then we'll see if there are any concerns.
Exhibit 2B, is that the 911 call associated with Exhibit 2A?
Yes.
And did we just listen to that 911 call together in the hallway?
Yes.
And is it a true and correct copy of the 911 call that you provided to the state?
Yes.
All right, Your Honor, at this point, the state moves in Exhibits 2B and 2A.
Mr. Hoover, any objections to 2A and B?
No objection.
Mr. Brown?
No objection.
All right, they are all admitted and can be published.
Do you have any issues with the? Okay, Your Honor, permission to publish exhibit, the audio for 1B?
Yep, I already gave it.
It's not like an emergency. I just called you to inform, like I'm calling from Juror and Procedural. I heard some shots of the fire near the woodlands that are in front of my gas station. Not in my gas station, but across the street, some of the 4 or 5 cars. And after 2 or 3 cars ran away very quickly. I don't know.
Okay, so you heard about 4 or 5 shots?
Yeah.
Okay, and what's the address?
And 1, 2, 3, Polio Road, Northwest.
Okay, so it's a Goodwill.
Yeah, near the Goodwill, there were 3 or 4 cars, and there were 4 or 5 cars. After I see car run away quickly. I don't know if that what is. That's why I called you to inform you guys.
Okay, you have a description of the vehicle that you drive off?
No, because it's too far from my gate, so I don't know what happened or anything. I was watching my phone and I heard the start.
Okay, you want to do an officer when they arrive on scene?
No, I don't know.
Okay.
I just called you to inform you guys.
All right, we'll send someone out.
Okay, thank you.
All right, bye.
Okay. And now I'm going to go ahead and publish 2B.
That's Lansdale 90100 3009, what's that for the emergency? 3200 Stone Road, Atlanta, Georgia, 30331. The police fire unit. I'm wanting someone to steal my tag out of my vehicle and I try to really see. You've been charged? What kind of people is it? It looks to be a Cadillac. No, the dark color or light color? It looks to be red. Can you give me a description of the person? You know, it's a dark skin with a little afro, and he has on a bubble coat. Is it a dark color, bubble coat, or light color? It looks to be dark color. I think he's about $1. Okay, is there a gate post inside, okay? No, ma'am. Okay, do you want to do your name and number? Celia Joyner. Okay. CHLMIR. So what's the name of the Human Correct Apartment. Is there a gate code inside? There is no gate code, ma'am. Okay, we'll get someone out here, okay? Thank you. You're welcome.
Aaron, could you please toggle to the?
Yep, if you're ready for it.
I am.
Okay. I'm gonna try to make the overhead projector work. It is infrequently used in court, so. Look at that.
I'm showing you marked, what's been marked as exhibit 1A and identified as the CAD report for 2029-40208. Ms. Latners, can you tell me the date that this report was generated or was the information was taken down for this 911 call?
October the 20th, 2020.
And when I'm 50, what does that notate?
A 50 is what we use our sickness with, but we use plain talk now, so 50 is a person shot.
Okay.
Meaning back in the old days, you'd say signal 50, but now people say person shot.
Yeah, we changed when the Brian Nichols incident, so we went to plain talk, so Fulton County and other jurisdictions know what we're talking about.
Okay.
And then the location. will you please read into the record what the location says?
1180 Collier Road, Northwest Atlanta.
And where would the time of this phone call be located?
You mean the time that the call came in?
Yes.
Well, you won't see it on the first sheet. It's on the second sheet.
Okay, I'll turn the page.
And go to the third sheet. I just remember the time it came in. Down at the bottom where it says, can I just stand up?
Yes, ma'am. As long as you speak up, you're welcome to stand up.
Yes, sir. It says date and time, October 2020. 911 operator received the call at 03:37 a.m. hours.
Okay. And is that does that last digits, does that denote the seconds that it was received?
Yes.
Okay. I see several different dates or the same date but several different times located below that. What does those markings indicate?
Okay, the call hit 911 at 03:37:07 hours. Once the operator answered the call at 03:38, 12 minutes, then she started getting the information from the 911 caller at 03:38, 17 minutes. The 911 caller giving her the information, she's typing it in.
Let me go back to the first page and just very briefly where it says incident times. What is that referring to?
They once the 911 caller take the information, she sends it to, this is zone 2. She sends it over to zone 2 dispatch at 03:38:17 hours. The dispatcher in zone 2 dispatch the call to unit at 03:38:43 hours, 8 hours. And the first unit arrived at 03:41.
Okay. What does you said zone 2? What does zone 2 denote?
Atlanta Police has 6 zones. We have go 1 through 6. So this incident happened in zone 6. Correction, zone 2.
Okay. And then like at the end of the first page, it says unit time, date and time, and then remarks, and continues to the second page. What are those notating?
It just advising that the different units out on the scene. In the second page, you'll see the different units went to the location.
Okay. I'm going to then okay. And is this, what is this notating? I don't need to go line by line, just in general, what's it notating?
You'll see the first line, you'll see the different units number, 1204, 1207. Each officer has their own unit number for that night. 1204 was the primary unit. He was dispatched on the call. Then you'll see 1207 BU, that means he's backed up unit 1204 on the call. At 1204, you'll see 8. Unit 1204, you'll see 8. That means he arrived on the scene.
Okay. And let's move it down a little bit. And will this continue so long as the scene is active and officers are responding to the scene?
Correct.
Then you've done most of the explaining. I want to talk briefly about Exhibit 2A, which is the CAD report for 2029-40278. Can you please tell the jury where or what time this call originated?
The call came in from 3200 Stone Road Southwest, Atlanta, at 05:22:43 a.m. hours.
Okay. That is all the questions that I have for you.
Mr. Hoover, any questions for Ms. Latners?
No, Your Honor, no questions.
Mr. Brown? Jurors, any questions? Oh, Ms. Latners, thank you for your time. Appreciate it. Next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Justin Harris. Is here. You can just walk right up there, sir. No, you're good.
So it's in Red Ryan. What I found, that testimony will be able to do, the whole truth, like, State and spell your name for the record.
Justin Harris, JUSTINHARRIS.
Mr. Harris, you're very soft-spoken. I need you to slide that chair closer to that microphone, please. Thank you. And belt it out like you're issuing a command. Stop, something like that.
My name is Justin Harris, JUSTINHARRIS.
Much better. Thank you.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Can you tell the jurors how you're currently employed?
I work at a company called TechChup in Atlanta. It's a tech company.
Okay, where's something?
TechChup, TECHCU or CHUP.
Is the
Yeah.
microphone on?
The microphone's on. We're good.
Right, so just make sure you're speaking into the mic, okay?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what he said. When he spelled it, I didn't hear it.
TECHCHUP.
Okay, so TechChup, is that a law enforcement job, sir?
It is not.
Okay, so at some point in your life, were you a police officer?
Yes.
I want to turn your attention to October 20th of 2020, okay? How were you employed then?
I was working for APD, Atlanta Police, as a beat officer.
As a beat officer, all right. When did you start working with APD? Do you remember the year?
2017.
All right, so in 2020, you would have been with them for around 3 years.
Yes, ma'am.
When did you leave APD?
2021.
So approximately how long in total were you an officer with APD?
4 years.
Okay, so let's talk about your time there at APD. In October of 2020, can you just let the jurors know what position you held there?
I was a beat officer.
Okay, and what do you do as a beat officer? What were your duties primarily?
Just patrol the beat I'm assigned, just the whole area.
Okay, and would that include responding to 911 calls, sir?
Yes.
Let's talk about that assigned beat. Do you remember what area you were assigned?
204's beat,
Okay, and which zone is that in?
zone 2.
Zone 2, okay. About which areas in Atlanta comprise zone 2?
Buckhead, most all of Buckhead, really.
Okay. Would the Collier Road area be zone 2, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
At that time, were you post-certified?
Yes, ma'am.
And does that mean that at that time you had arrest powers in the state of Georgia
Yes, ma'am.
and certain education and qualification standards that you had to uphold and meet?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so let's talk about October 20th. Tell us, what shift were you working? Do you remember?
I work morning shift,
Okay, what hours are morning shift?
11 to 7.
So 11 p.m. to 7 a.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you dispatched to a shots fired call at approximately 3:37 a.m. on October 20th, sir?
I was.
And were you dispatched to the address of 1180 Collier Road here in Atlanta?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that location within Fulton County?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What was at that location? Do you remember?
The Citgo gas station,
The Citgo gas station, okay. And what was right across the street from that?
the Goodwill.
A Goodwill, okay.
Which area did you go to first when you were dispatched?
The Citgo gas station.
Okay, and tell us why you went there.
I went there to talk to the caller.
Was that where the 911 caller was located at?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so call comes out, shots fired, you go to the Citgo gas station, and what do?
I talked to the caller and see what everything was about. It was a shots fired call.
And did the caller then direct you to the area across the street being that Goodwill donation center?
Yes, he said he heard shots over there.
Your Honor, the way he answered the question calls for hearsay.
Okay, well, he was about to actually provide what the person said. So unless you've got a hearsay exception, let's just caution your witness not to share what someone told him, but more so what it was he did based on his conversation.
So, Judge, it would be a present sense impression hearsay exception. He's talking to the 911 caller mere minutes after that 911 call came out, when the caller would have heard what he heard.
Okay. Why don't you ask your question again? Because I didn't hear it as being that.
Okay, so sir, you get the 911 call. The 911 call comes out at 3:37 a.m., right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, do you remember what time you actually responded to that Citgo? How long it took you to get there?
About maybe like a couple of minutes, like 2 minutes or so, because I was right down the street.
Okay. So you got there pretty fast, would you say?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so when you spoke with that 911 caller, what did he tell you?
Objection. Hearsay.
Yeah, so why don't you just ask him what he did as a result of talking with the person?
Sure. So after you spoke with the 911 caller, sir, what did you do?
I went to go check the Goodwill.
Okay. And approximately how far is the Goodwill from that Citgo?
It's right across the street. So,
Okay. So you go right across the street. When you get to the Goodwill, what do you see, if anything?
so when I get there, there's an elderly man on the ground
Okay.
with blood on his chest.
So elderly man on the ground with blood on his chest, right? What area at the Goodwill did you find that elderly man?
He was right in front of the building in the parking lot.
Okay. Can you let the jurors know, like, was he standing talking to you? How did he appear?
He was unconscious. He wasn't breathing. There was blood on his chest. He was laying down, non-responsive.
Okay. Was he face forward on the ground like that, or was he on his back?
He was on his back.
Now you say he wasn't breathing, not conscious, not responsive, and you said you were able to see blood on his chest.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were you able to see blood anywhere else
No.
on his body? Were you able to see any things around the body from your recollection that drew your attention?
There was a gun under his body.
Okay, there was a gun, all right. Do you remember seeing any shell casings?
Yes.
Multiple shell casings?
Yes, ma'am.
You get on the scene, was it just you?
At first, yes.
Okay, and did other officers start to arrive?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What kind of call is a shots fired call in terms of priority?
High priority.
Okay, why is that?
Because it could be any number of things. So,
Okay, and is the procedure with high priority calls to have like backup?
yes, ma'am.
What about Grady? When did Grady arrive?
Grady arrived after I called them, minutes after.
Minutes after.
Yeah.
So you get there, you see this person, not alert, not breathing, and conscious. Did you get on your radio and call for Grady to come?
I did, yes.
Did you also call for investigations to come as well?
I did.
Now, did you assist in putting up any crime scene tape?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, who did you assist? Another officer putting up crime scene tape?
Yes.
Now, sir, were you wearing a body camera at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you explain to the jurors how body cameras work typically?
When I get on a call, I just immediately press the body cam to record the whole call.
Okay, do you press it as you're exiting your patrol car, or do you press it as you're dispatched and you're en route to that location?
You press it as your dispatch.
Okay, So as you're in the car driving, is your body cam operating?
Yes, ma'am.
Otherwise though, before you get the call, is it recording all the time or does it just start recording as you're getting that dispatch call and you press?
There's like a buffer period from where you press the button. So it'll record, I think it was a minute back then or something like that.
Okay, can you say that for me again?
I think it was a minute. It would buffer. It would record the minute before you press the button.
I got you. But they're not continuously just recording every minute and every day.
Oh, no, no.
So, sir, before coming to court today, have you been able to review that body camera footage?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, sir, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification purposes as States Exhibit 3. Go ahead and look at the envelope and tell me if you're able to recognize that envelope, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and how are you able to do so?
It contains my body cam footage.
Now, before coming to court today, did you sign or initial on this envelope to show that it is the envelope containing your body camera footage that you reviewed before coming to court?
Yes, ma'am.
And are your initials on that envelope?
Yes, ma'am.
When you looked at the body camera footage, is it a fair and accurate copy of the body camera footage from that night out there on Collier Road?
Yes, ma'am.
Any changes or alterations from what you can tell?
No.
Okay, at this time, the tender states.
Mr. Hoover, any objection?
No objection.
Mr. Brown?
No objection.
3 is admitted. You may publish if you wish.
So, Your Honor, this is going to be played on the television. It won't project over most of the screens.
Okay, so Mr. Hoover and Mr. Brown, we talked about this. If either of you wants to relocate so you can see what's on that big screen, you're free to do so. How long is the segment you're going to play?
Approximately 10 to 15 minutes, Judge. So start at-
Okay,
Yes,
do we need 10 to 15 minutes of it?
I believe so,
Okay,
if that's all right with the court. So 3:51. Mhm.
Like up here?
No, like the call.
Let me do this.
is there an issue?
I was just making sure it toggles
Mhm.
past.
All right, so.
All right, so, Mr. Harris, take a look at the screen right there in front of you or behind you, whichever one you choose. What location are we at here? Are we seeing on the screen on State 3?
The Citgo gas station.
Okay, and what are you about to do right here at marker 3 minutes, 46 seconds into the video?
I'm leaving to check the Goodwill.
Okay, so is this after you've spoken with Mr. 911 caller?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great.
No, I'm good, I appreciate it.
All right, do you see some lights across the street here? Are we able to see that Goodwill in this little snippet of the body camera?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you point to it for the jurors, please? Okay, you can hit play.
Sir. Call for it. Sorry, I'm ready over here. That looks like I got a 50. Looks good. Elderly white male, looks like he shot in the chest. Your pulse, man. We're at the Goodwill right in front of the 1203 calling room. Hello? Can you hear me, sir? Sir? Hey, can you start trying to? Sir, can you hear me? Hold on. 4 o'clock.
Well, that's when he's gonna start talking.
Is that on the tape, Jared?
All right, Mr. Harris, we just heard you use something called, you said 50 when you were talking to dispatch.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you hear that?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the jurors what's 50? What's a 50?
A50 is a person shot.
So it's a code that you all in law enforcement use.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, as the primary officer there, the first officer on scene, was it essentially your duty to do the information gathering in the preliminary investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then would you then hand that off to the homicide investigator?
Yes, ma'am.
Whatever information you gathered, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, when you got on scene there at the Goodwill, other than seeing that deceased elderly male, did you see any other persons around that scene when you got
No, I
there?
didn't.
Okay. Other than that 911 caller, did you know any other witnesses to this incident?
No.
Did you see anybody running or fleeing from the area, anything like that?
No.
As a part of your investigation, did you become familiar with some LPR evidence that might be of relevance into the investigation of what happened to that elderly man?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the jurors what LPR means?
It means license plate reader.
And what's a license plate reader, sir?
It's just it's a camera. It reads tags. It doesn't really like get a picture of the vehicle. It just reads the tags information. It helps for spotting stolen vehicles and stuff like that.
So it's a camera. Now, are these cameras positioned at every single intersection in the city of Atlanta or just some?
Just some.
Okay. And how is it decided, like, where these cameras go? Like, are certain areas targeted regarding, you know, amount of crime, etc.?
I'm sure that's the method behind it. Yeah.
Okay, they place them in like strategic areas around town?
Yes, ma'am.
So you got info on some LPRs that might be relevant to this investigation. Did you then hand that information off to the homicide detective in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, was your body camera, sir, over 3 hours long?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, would that be the amount of time that you stayed on that scene?
Yes, ma'am.
So at the point where you're finishing up on the scene, did the medical examiner arrive at some point?
Yes, ma'am.
And did the medical examiner take that body from that scene?
Yes.
Did the homicide detectives arrive on scene?
Yes.
Okay, and they did their job, their portion of it?
Yes, ma'am.
Other than what we just talked about, any other involvement with this case, sir?
Nothing further.
So after you were done here, what did you do?
I went home.
Okay, because you were done with your service.
Yes, ma'am.
Understood. That's all I have for you, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Hoover, do you have questions for Mr. Harris?
Yes, Your Honor. And for the record, can you get what time we stopped the video just to make sure that it's clear?
So it's on the marker at the bottom, it's 9 minutes and 05 seconds. And then the timestamp is 03:48 and 31 hours.
Thank you.
Do you want to leave it up?
No, I don't need it. I guess it's afternoon now. Good afternoon, Mr. Harris.
Good afternoon.
My name is Sean Hoover and I represent Antonio Sanders, so I have a few questions for you as well. Now, you said you received a call for a person shot, and that's code 50.
Yes.
Okay. And you got, I'm sorry, and you have to say yes or no because the court reporter is taking.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. All right, so let's back this up so there's a clear picture. A 911 call gets made, it goes to dispatch, and I guess you receive the information from dispatch.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and they said code 50, someone got shot.
They didn't say that at first.
What did they say, or what information did you receive on the way to the location area?
It was a 25, which means shots fired.
Shots fired. And you said you got there within 2 or 3 minutes after the call?
Yeah, I was right down the road.
Okay. So at the point where you're taking off, you're the only officer there first, you get there 2 or 3 minutes later for shots fired. And the first thing you do is go to the location where the call happened and not the location where the shooting happened?
The call came from the Citgo. I went
Yes.
straight there, yes.
But I guess my question is, if you didn't receive a code, I guess from the song 187, that means someone's dead. If you didn't receive a code, someone's dead, you just got shots fired. Why didn't you go to the location where the shots were actually fired first?
I didn't know.
You
Because
didn't
the
get-
caller said he just heard shots fired.
So dispatch didn't tell you where the shots were fired. They just told you who called.
Yes.
Okay. And you said you were out there for about 3 hours?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, or actually, let me put it like this. While you were out there for those 3 hours, did you receive any information indicating someone heard a group of people yelling out, gang, gang, blood?
Objection
slime
to
life?
calls for hearsay in a roundabout way, Judge. For him to say yes or no, it would entail some hearsay.
Right,
Let me rephrase that.
okay.
From the information that you received, can you tell us how many people were out on the scene during the shoot or right before the shooting?
Objection, it still calls for hearsay.
Right. How else would he know? And unless he read it in a book, which would still be hearsay, anything he's going to share with you about what he learned, someone would have told him. I saw 3 people there, I saw 10 people, or no one saw anything. You might want to ask, did you learn through your investigation how many people were allegedly there? But the answer to that would need to come from,
Yes.
I don't know about him, it might need to come from someone else, the actual number of people. But generically, did you learn about X? I don't think that implicates hearsay.
I'll ask, okay.
Okay.
Based off of solely what you did during the 3 hours that you were out there, did you learn how many people were on the scene before the shoot or before or during the shooting?
Not necessarily the people, but there were 3 cars.
Now, and I'm going to get to the vehicles in a second. So you said not necessarily how many people were out there. Now, did you learn, based only off of what you did through your investigation for those 3 hours, if anything was said or yelled before the actual shooting?
No.
No? Okay. Now, you said that based off of simply what you did in the investigation, you learned there were 3 vehicles. Is that
Yes.
correct? Do you know what the make and model of those vehicles?
I know one was a black Challenger. And through the body cam footage, they said it was a Camry, like a red Camry.
So based off of what you remember from your investigation.
And I believe there was also a gray car, a silver car as well.
Okay, and just so it's clear, because some of us are taking notes. So based off of what you remember from your investigation, there was a black Challenger.
Yeah.
There was some type of gray car.
Yes.
And you said the last vehicle was?
It looked like a red Camry or something like that,
Okay.
the body cam footage.
Some type of red Camry. Thank you.
Yeah.
Based off the investigation that you conducted, can you tell us which direction those, well, I guess, when you arrived, were any of those vehicles there?
No.
Okay, so based off of your investigation, can you tell us which location those vehicles took off in?
Through. Can you repeat your question?
Yes. So based off of what you did in your investigation, do you know which location, which direction those vehicles took off?
I believe it was down, like eastbound on Collier.
You said eastbound? Thank you. And based off of solely what you did in your investigation, did you uncover how many people were in each vehicle?
No.
Thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Brown, do you have any questions for Mr. Harris?
Good morning, Mr. Harris.
Good afternoon.
Oh, this afternoon, this is, wow. I represent Mr. Pittman. You testified about recovering license plate reader information. Specifically, what type of information did you recover?
I didn't get all the vehicle information. That was on the investigator side. So the investigator would have all the information.
Who got the LPR information?
I was on the phone with the VIC, which is the video unit, and they have access to the cameras. And they were giving me descriptions of these vehicles.
What type of information? You say camera. Is it a video camera? What type of information does the LPR readers collect for the sake of the jury?
The vehicle information. It'll hit it, it'll read the tag and tell you the information on the thing. On the
Information such as type of vehicle, owner of the vehicle?
Yes, it would.
Okay. What other information that you know of?
That's all I had on my part.
Okay, okay. Just to be clear, since you testified that there was no one there besides the decedent, neither of these two gentlemen were there, right? Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Any redirect, Ms. Olivier?
Just briefly, Judge, thank you. Now, Mr. Harris, you just said something to Mr. Hoover, the defense attorney right there, about the investigator having that LPR information. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Right. So would you agree then that the investigator would be the best person to talk to about the LPR information in this case?
Objection to the leading.
I can re-ask it.
Okay.
Who would be the best person to talk to, sir, about the LPR footage and reads in this case? Would it be yourself or would it be someone else?
It would be someone else. Most likely the investigator.
That's all I have for you, sir. Thank you.
All right, jurors, any questions for Mr. Harris? All right, write them down and send them to Deputy Gordon. In case your stomachs are rumbling, when we're done with Mr. Harris, we will be breaking for lunch. Deputy Gordon, be careful with the cable there. I don't want you to fall. Is that it? All right. Counsel? Mostly I hit the black button and then push. You guys will figure it out. Mr. Harris, you were asked about all sorts of different sources of information you gathered. Can you clarify for the jury the source or sources of information upon which you relied to conclude that there were multiple cars there before the shooting? You described the cars, you don't need to do that again, but how was it that you came to learn that there were other cars there? Because you weren't there.
The 911 caller told me.
Okay. All right. Any follow-up based on that? Ms. Olivier?
Your Honor, yes. So, Mr. Harris, are you sure that the 911 caller told you about the description of the cars, or was it from the LPR footage?
The 911 caller told me he heard.
So I want you to answer, but just make sure you're not getting into the specifics of what the the caller told you. In other words, you can say, he's the one that I got the information about, make, model, or whatever, but don't go into the specifics of what he said, if that makes sense. We're threading a needle here, but you're not the 911 caller. That's the dilemma we have. So keep going.
Repeat it.
Sure. So, when you got on scene initially at that Citgo gas station, you went over and spoke with Mr. 911 caller, right?
Yes.
That's what you testified to, okay. And you're testifying that the info on the 3 vehicles that you described in your testimony came from that 911 caller. Am I
Negative.
Okay, all right, so you said negative. Go ahead and explain what you mean.
That came from the VIC unit.
The VIC unit, okay. And is that what we were just talking about with the LPR cameras?
Yes.
Okay, so that's where you would have gotten this information about the car descriptions, right?
Yes.
Okay. And as you already testified to, the LPR evidence and the investigator would be in a better position to go through all that with this jury, right?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. That's all I have.
Mr. Hoover, anything else for Mr. Harris?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Brown?
Nothing further.
Mr. Harris, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for lunch now. This is your first lunch break as jurors as opposed to potential jurors. So number one, it won't be 4 hours. It will just be 1 hour. It would be great if we could resume on that clock at 1:30, which means 1:35, I think, in real time. If you need more time for lunch, let Deputy Gordon know, but that should be more than enough to recharge and go get food. Just keep in mind, if you're walking to go somewhere, if you walk 30 minutes, it's 30 minutes back. And so you'll be needing to have the food ready to go and chewing all the way back. There aren't a ton of places that are 1 hour round trip. There's American Deli right outside. There is down on the first floor, something called Fuda, which is basically a middle person who gets, on Mondays, it's Chick-fil-A, on Tuesdays, it's this or that. So you could check down there. It's your neighborhood as well. You may have already found a place. There's a cafeteria on Washington Street that you have to go through a metal detector, but go in there and there's a big cafeteria. And there are a few other options, but explore. It's fine to eat as a large group, a small group. You are free to talk with each other. Just don't talk about the case. Don't share your impressions with each other. You've had 2 witnesses so far. You have just the very tip of the needle of whatever this case is about, and it would be inappropriate to talk about it now. And obviously, no outside research. If you've got questions, put them on the card. Any logistical questions? We'll see as close to 1:30 as we can on that clock. Thank you so much.
All right, good.
We're joking.
So, here.
All right. State anything before we break?
No, Your Honor.
You have witnesses to fill our afternoon with joy.
Yes, I do. I'm gonna call somebody and they're just gonna have to wait. And if they don't get reached, I'll apologize after.
Great. I'm happy to help you apologize, but we need to fill the day. Mr. Hoover, anything on behalf of Mr. Sanders?
Nothing, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Brown? All right, you guys enjoy lunch. Let's be back here a little before 1:30. Don't go quite yet. Yes, Mr. Hoover.
I just want to make sure, did we put on the record that we, counsel and the judge, went back to discuss the question that the juror had before we came back out and actually asked. I just want to make sure that's clear on the record too, because this is a little different for me.
Okay, what I'll do is make this point. Every time there are juror questions, written questions, we will retire to the hallway to discuss them. I don't make a record of our discussion unless there was some disagreement, and I made a ruling. So in this situation, initially there was a concern, could be hearsay. I explained how I was going to ask it, and I felt that that concern dissipated. So I will make whatever record you want. I don't typically get anything on the record after our juror question conferences unless there's an issue. I don't do it right when we come out and say, oh boy, everyone hated that one question. I make some notes, and then at the next break, I get on the record that we did have a juror conference, and this was my sense of how it went. And then I give all the lawyers a chance to make a more complete record if I missed something. This just, to me, this particular one didn't rise to the level of we need to make a record because anyone needed to preserve anything. Will that work for you?
It does.
Great.
This process is different, so.
I appreciate you asking. It's different and better.
Okay.
All right. So we'll see everyone around 1:30, and the state will have witnesses. Who are you calling next?
So my next 3 witnesses are all gonna be Gwinnett officers. It's gonna be Jacob,
It really is bouncing around. Okay.
yeah, it's gonna be Jacob Gunter.
It's all right. It's Gwinnett. So we're just shifting. I wanted, so I could be thinking, is it the investigator at the scene who came next? But unfortunately, because of spring break, you're not able to move linearly that way. So we're jumping over to Gwinnett next.
And hopefully, I got a call from our GBI guy who processed the car right now. And
It's a guy who was out of the country.
Yes, and so if he is available for the morning, I think it will make everybody's life easier and this trial more linear.
Okay.
Okay.
The HDMI situation worked real smoothly. Hopefully that continues to work. You're welcome to leave if you're not going to use it for the next few witnesses, let's coil it up during the break. But I just am commenting on the record, that worked smoothly. I was nervous when you were going to toggle that. This is such a fussy system in here that it would all go down, but so far so good.
We're going to practice.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Enjoy lunch.
Thank you. It's okay to you.
Oh, and I'm going to mute the microphone in here, so whatever you talk about won't go all over the planet.
Yes.
Okay.
All my stuff says the person who just lost, or people who just lost all this. You put the person on. Trying to get me back.
I wouldn't even know how if I wanted to. Okay, not tech savvy. Well, let me know when it,
Still loading.
Oh, still loading.
Your computer first.
The city. Does it say that?
It loaded?
Nope. I gave it to him.
Okay.
Is this something we need to resolve now, or I don't, if you've never seen it, it's gonna be played, then you need to see it. But if it's something, we're just 2 days ahead.
No, I believe Mr. Howells intends to tender it this afternoon.
Did a Gwinnett video?
Yes.
Okay. All right. You can't sort of just narrate what's in it?
Judge, I think they wanted to actually see it.
I understand what they want, but if you tell them what's in it, then it won't be a surprise.
Let's see if they'll play on Mr. Brown's computer. You mind if I can move it? Okay.
You said, oh,
Yeah, that's it. Just,
all right.
yeah, let's see.
There we go.
Yay! See, I told him it was his computer. He always thinks I'm lying.
You got it, you heard on them.
Your Honor.
Look at that. It was your computer.
That's an exhibit list, all 3 lines?
It's only like it's only just a few seconds.
Yeah, it's a short video.
Okay.
I mean, yeah. Go to the second one.
Oh, that's what signs, allegedly. But other than the alleged sign, what else is it showing?
So we don't need to get into you like it or not like it, you just need to have seen it before. So you've seen it now?
I have seen it.
Okay.
Is there more than one?
I mean, I've sent you, you've got it, there's a whole bunch of videos, but not,
More than one that I have seen on this.
not on this, no, not that I'm, no.
Okay.
Here.
Yeah.
Yeah, we, I could.
Maybe I need to take some stuff off. That's not. So I had 8 terabyte hard drive. It's raining, I'm running out of the right street. Close out the video player right there.
Oh.
Judge, did you notice the students came in at the point where the body cam shows a dead body?
Ah.
They all walk out.
That's my sister-in-law's class, so she's gonna say, what were you doing? They usually stay, and when we break for lunch, the whole timing is, then we break for lunch, and then I take their questions, but they were gone, so I guess there was too many chest shots. Yeah, they are all, a bunch of them are seniors. There were a couple little-looking guys, but most of them were big enough. I think they can digest it. Can we bring a jury in?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, right, we'll get them, but anything before we bring the defendants in? Oh, let's bring them in. Thank you.
You need to open up your stuff. Yeah, because it takes a while, right?
Judge, okay, please.
It is, although I tell the jurors to have only clear fluids, you can have that. Don't spill it unless you spill it on your keyboard.
Okay.
And then it's okay.
Thank you.
See if you can put the PowerPoint on there now, if that'll work with the sharing screen.
You never gave me my, I don't know if it's gonna load onto my actual computer because I don't have a lot of storage. But my hard drive, I need to get that back from you.
I did give it back. Or is it just sitting on the ground in my?
Yeah, you didn't give it back. You had other stuff going on.
Ryan Pietsch's. So it was published on Instagram by the Little Slash 2G, the fellow gamer. It was monitored by Ryan Pietsch's who collected it as he saw it published. Yes.
All right, we have both defendants here. All our jurors are raring to go. Mr. Hiles, anything before the jurors come in?
There you go.
You've got Gwinnett witnesses coming up?
I do.
Okay. Mr. Hoover, anything on behalf of Mr. Sanders?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Sanders, did they give you lunch back there? Okay, I'm not asking if you liked it, but they had something for you.
I'm straight.
You're straight. Okay, we'll keep it at that. Mr. Brown, anything? Mr. Pittman, you get lunch? All right, let's bring the jurors in.
I'm gonna check now. Looks like it. Yeah, should be able to. Where's the cross up? Have you seen Cross?
He's on the way back.
All right, let's do it. I'll be the president of the council.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Everyone else can be seated. Welcome back from lunch. Anyone have a good lunch adventure they want to recommend we try sometime or unrecommend someplace? American Deli. Yeah, you might want to sit on the end. Yeah, you know, it's close. It's got that going for it. I think we added the cafeteria in Washington. Ms. Handspray put together a little sheet for you all to look at. And we learned there's a Thai restaurant down Mitchell Street called Tide Tate Kitchen. It's a little pricey. It's really good. So if you want to splurge and you do Thai, if you just take Mitchell about a block that way past Peachtree, there's that option as well. But thank you all for being back on time. We had to work through a couple technical things, so we're able to share evidence if it gets admitted, but we're ready to continue with the state's presentation. Mr. Hiles, call the next witness for the state, please.
Your Honor, the state call Jacob Gunter, Gwinnett County.
You swear affirm that testimony you will give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. You know that. State, spell your name for the record.
Jacob Gunter. JAKOBGUNTER.
All right, Jacob with K. Yeah. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
What's your title?
Master Patrol Officer.
Okay. I'm just gonna call you Officer Gunter, if that's all right.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Officer Gunter, where are you currently employed?
The Gwinnett County Police Department.
Okay. And how long have you been employed there?
5.5 years.
Okay. And what are your duties with Gwinnett County Police Department?
Just general police work.
Okay.
On the road.
We expand just a little bit on day-to-day general police work, what that means?
I respond to calls for service, 911 calls, and I also do proactive policing.
And do what, police?
Proactive policing.
What is proactive?
Traffic stops.
Yep.
Stuff. But yeah.
And did you have any law enforcement experience prior to your time at Gwinnett County?
No.
Okay. Are you post-certified?
I am.
Okay. And have you been post-certified your entirety of your time at Gwinnett County?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you working in the early hours of October 20th of 2020?
I was.
Okay. What were you doing?
In the early hours of that date, I was dispatched. Well, I responded to a call reference to multiple vehicles being entered and shots being fired at the Aramda Inn located at 5985 Oakbrook Parkway. This is about 1:30 in the morning.
Okay. Is that part of your normal duties, responding to calls of shots fired?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do when you got to that scene?
Initially, I immediately went to the front office. I was one of the later officers to respond. I went to the front office of the hotel and worked to acquire footage of the incident.
Okay. And did you speak with somebody that was able to show you video footage?
I did.
Okay. And did you view the video footage from which was said to be the parking lot of the night of or the early morning hours of October 20th, 2020?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you give the clerk or whoever was showing you a video the ability to or link to upload the footage?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And was that footage uploaded?
It was.
And was it uploaded in front of you?
It was uploaded before I left the call at some point, yes.
Okay, before you left the call.
Yes.
And was when I say uploaded, where is it uploaded to?
So the link is for them to upload the footage to evidence.com, which then is tied to our report, so investigators can view it.
Okay. What is evidence.com?
Evidence.com is where everything evidentiary that is not physical whether it be footage or photographs. Typically, it's those two things. It's all compiled, including body worn camera
Okay.
footage.
Essentially, this is a cloud-based storage system for digital evidence?
Yes.
Okay. And was the evidence that was uploaded by the hotel of the video footage the exact same video footage that you saw at the hotel that night?
Yes.
Okay. And did you ever get a chance to, well, actually, I'm showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 4. And have you viewed the footage contained on Brown State's Exhibit 4?
I have.
Okay. And is that the full and complete videos of the evidence that you watched at the scene and then uploaded while you were on the scene?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I would ask to consider State's Exhibit 4 into evidence.
Mr. Hoover, any objection to states 4?
No objection.
Mr. Brown?
No objection.
Admitted.
And as I get ready to play this, did you get a chance to just walk the scene after you collected the video footage?
Yes. Yes.
And was the footage consistent with what you saw?
Absolutely.
Pause it right here. And for the record, approximately how long are each one of these video clips?
If I recall, between north of a minute and probably less than 5 minutes.
Okay, I'm just gonna let it all play through, okay? And as this is playing, can you tell the jury what location of the hotel this is?
So this is if we were looking at that, this would be the northwestern entrance to two entrances to the hotel. Both go in and loop around.
And if you feel the need, if you can do so, if you need to step down without blocking the screen, you can do so. These are just short enough videos. I would like to let it play through.
Yeah.
And that car that just drove by, was that a vehicle of interest?
Yes, absolutely. That's
Okay.
to my knowledge, that is the first suspect vehicle.
Okay,
This clip is only going to show them entering.
correct. In your report, I believe you notated that you believed at the time that was essentially a Hyundai Sonata.
I was extremely confident that it's a new model Hyundai Sonata.
And would that be?
Hold on 1 second. We got to rewind. Someone was crumpling paper at the same time he was answering. So I know Mr. Hiles is asking you to turn towards the camera because we can't have it on your screen. But when you're done with that, Mr. Hiles, don't direct too many questions while he's looking at the camera because then he's away from the microphone. Okay? You don't have to apologize. We just need to get it so everyone can hear it.
All right. So you noted it. Would that body style also be consistent with a Kia K5?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Yes.
Okay. And are those essentially the same body styles?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay. All right, can you keep letting this play through? If you could hit play for me, please. That last car that just drove by, were you able to get a beat on what you believe that car to be?
I believe it to be a later model, still relatively new model, Acura.
Okay. And when you say later to new model Acura, what is that?
If I recall correctly, at the time we were thinking it was newer than 2015. Yep.
All right. For the record, I am going to camera 8. Okay. And backing up just a bit. This particular vehicle, is that the vehicle you say would be consistent with the Kia K5?
Yes.
And are you familiar with where camera 8 was located?
Yeah, so this camera, if I recall correctly, is where the first clip where the vehicles go out of view. This is immediately following that towards the back of the hotel on that northeastern side of the hotel.
So in line with the entrance.
They would not have had to turn or anything. They could have continued straight and would have ended up here.
Okay. Is that the Acura that you previously described?
Yes.
Okay. I know it's far away, but were you able to discern what was going on in that video?
It's my belief that they were casing those vehicles, and I don't recall if they entered any. But based on their behavior with the rest of the cars on the other side of the hotel, I believe that they were entering or attempting to enter those vehicles.
Okay. I'm moving to camera number 9. And do you know where camera number 9 is?
This is the direct backside of the hotel.
Okay. So in the previous video, when the 2 cars took a left,
Yes.
would this be the camera overlooking that part of the parking lot?
Immediately after the left turn.
Okay. What did it appear to you that was happening in that particular frame?
They were entering that truck.
Okay.
At the very least, entering that one truck, and I believe trying to enter the other ones.
Okay. And you could see a gap between where the Acura was and where the Kia, or what was purported to be a Kia K5,
yes,
was located. Was there a gap in camera footage at that particular location? Do you remember?
As far as coverage or time?
Coverage.
Coverage, there is a slight gap. So when they make that turn, that left-hand turn, there's approximately, if I had to estimate, maybe a 20 to 30 foot gap around that corner. And it would be like a cone where the camera does not cover.
Okay.
Yeah.
And would there be cars parked in that particular area
yes,
in between
absolutely.
those?
Yes.
Okay. I'm moving on to camera 15. So I'm gonna pause right here. So in your experience in law enforcement, do you have any training with firearms?
I do.
And are you familiar with firearms?
Yes.
Okay. What is a muzzle flash?
Muzzle flash is an occurrence where after you discharge a firearm, depending on the load that's being used, gases that are burning escape around the projectile. After the projectile has left the barrel, causes a flash as the propellant is still being burned.
All right. So it's a little more technical.
Oh,
but no, that's good. So I just want to, I think we're going to have to explain a little bit more.
Yeah.
So what is the projectile?
The projectile is the bullet.
The bullet. Okay.
Yes.
And what pushes it out of the gun?
A fast burning black powder.
A fast burning powder.
Yes.
Okay. And as that powder is burning, does it create gases?
Yes.
Okay. And so what would the muzzle flash be then?
It would be those gases burning as they expand and push the projectile out of the barrel.
And it actually creates a visible flash.
Sometimes very bright. Yes.
Okay. Now I'm gonna play this for you again.
Ron, I just want to confirm if that can relocate so I can see.
You may, yeah, both you and Mr. Hoover may, anytime we're limited to that screen, relocate. And I feel bad for the witness who's getting a crick in his neck, having to turn that much. We just need you to pivot back and forth between the microphone and the screen. How many more of these videos are we subjecting Officer Gunter to?
This is the last video.
Last video, okay, he's making it.
It's just
So we
stand
should
on
go.
the opposite side and still use the microphone.
Yeah.
If you can tell him if he wants to.
What did it appear to you that was occurring?
It appeared to me that they, at least one of the males, if not more, were shooting at the hotel.
Okay. And how were you able to draw that conclusion?
Well, I never directly spoke with the witness or the victim in this case who, but I learned, it was relayed to me that a male in either, I can't recall if it
I want
was.
to stop you there. I want
Yes.
to stop you there.
Uh-huh.
Will you, without whatever anybody was relaying to you,
Okay.
based off what you've seen on this video
Ah.
and what you saw on scene,
Yes.
how were you able to come to the conclusion that they were shooting?
Based on the footage, you can see they're all walking around relatively confidently, and at one point they all seem to duck at the same time and approach their vehicle that they were in. And that's when you see the one male reaching over the car with something. You can't see what's in his hand directly, but you see a flash. Between that and then the bullet holes in the vehicles and the side of the hotel, I drew the conclusion that they were confronted by somebody in the hotel that prompted them to all run to their car and at least one of the males shoot over the car towards the hotel.
Okay. And what are shell casings?
Shell casings are what, after you discharge the firearm, they are ejected from the gun. They are where, prior to the discharge, the powder that we mentioned earlier is stored.
Okay. So when a gun is fired,
Yes.
those are ejected from the firearm. Were those left on the scene?
Yes.
Okay. And did you actually see shell casings in the area where this was located?
I did.
Okay.
Yes.
And did that add to your conclusion that they were
Yes. firing
weapons?
Absolutely. I don't recall the exact number, but there was a large amount of them on the ground.
Okay.
Yes.
Good. Did you have any other involvement in this particular case?
Nothing of note, no.
Okay. And for the record, where is this particular hotel located?
This is off of, it's 5985 Oak Brook Parkway. It's near the, near Jimmy Carter off of Highway 85.
Okay. And what city is that?
in North Bronx.
And Highway 85 is I-85, Interstate 85, or is there a State Road 85 you're talking about?
It's the Interstate 85.
Okay.
Okay. I do not have any other questions for this witness at this time.
Mr. Hoover, do you have any questions for Officer Gunter?
Briefly, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Officer Gunter.
Good afternoon, sir.
How many, can you tell us, based off of what you know through your investigation, how many people were in those two vehicles?
I didn't count, but it appears to me that at least 3 get out of the second car, the gray car. And if I recall correctly, north of more than 3, probably before, get out of the first car that enters the parking lot.
So about 7 people, you'd say?
At the low end total, yes, sir.
Okay. How many of them had weapons?
I can't tell for sure. I know that at least 1 did based on the footage.
How many of them fired weapons?
I know for a fact that at least 1 did based on the footage.
Just 1?
As far as I'm aware, there
Okay.
was just 1 that I can confirm based on the footage.
And how many vehicles were stolen from that parking lot?
To my recollection, none were stolen from that parking lot.
No further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Brown, any questions for Officer Gunter?
Excuse me, if you go. Good afternoon, Officer Gunter.
Good afternoon, sir.
I just wanted to get one thing cleared up at first. In the first video, you initially identified the vehicle as a Hyundai Sonata. Was that correct, or was,
I believe it to be a Hyundai Sonata, yes.
but it ended, but it's a Kia K5, not a Hyundai Sonata?
I don't know for sure. At the time of receiving this footage, I believed it to be a Hyundai Sonata, yes.
Okay. And how many people did you say got out of the Hyundai Sonata or the K5?
At minimum 3, I believe to be 4, though.
3 or 4?
Yes, sir.
And out of the gray car, did you testify that the gray car was an Acura?
I believed it to be an Acura, yes.
How many people got out of the Acura?
I'd say minimum 3, likely 4.
3 or 4. Okay. Were you able to identify any of those occupants?
No, sir.
So you couldn't testify one way or the other whether any of these gentlemen were in either of those cars? Okay. And only one person, you only saw one person fire a weapon?
In the footage.
In the footage.
Only 1.
Thank you, officer. Thank you.
Any redirect, Mr. Hiles?
Briefly, Your Honor. So. I'm gonna slow this down a little bit if I can get you to turn your body and watch one more time.
Which video? Well, I guess it's all one exhibit. You had been talking about cameras, so just for the record, do you know which camera we're watching now?
We're still on camera 15. This is just before the shooting you described. It's 1:36 and 20 seconds on the, well, actually, let me back it up just a bit more. All right, 1:36 and 10 seconds on camera 15. Now, can you see the open door on the bottom left-hand side?
Of the.
Yes.
Yes.
And does it appear that there is muzzle flash coming?
I'm gonna object to. He can ask the witness what he sees, but to suggest what he sees is the state almost testifying at this point.
Okay. Just ask him what he sees.
Okay. What do you see? Backing up just a little bit.
I'm gonna focus on that door.
Yes, if you could focus on that door.
Has a very distinct flash.
Okay.
Coming from the likely muzzle flash.
Is it, and it's consistent with a muzzle flash?
I would believe it to be, yes.
Okay, and
Absolutely.
I'm gonna back that up at the same time, one more time. And I'm gonna ask you to, where my mouse is hovering, I'm gonna ask you to pay attention to the person in just above my mouse, okay? What did you observe from there?
I observed him reaching over the top of the car, and I believe him to be shooting at the hotel.
Okay, so based off of what you just saw and your knowledge of firearms, what is the minimum number of people you believe to be shooting in this video?
2.
Okay, no further questions.
Mr. Hoover, that moved us in a slightly different place, so I want to make sure if you've got anything else you can ask. It's okay if you don't.
I don't, no
Okay.
questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Brown?
Just, officer, are you certain it's one or two, flashes?
Well, after further reviewing the footage, I'm extremely confident the first subject that we were talking about, the one with the open door, that was a muzzle flash. The second male standing over the car, if there is a flash, it's extremely subtle. The footage is relatively low resolution as well as refresh rate. But based on the way he is standing and the posture of his body, I believe that he's absolutely holding a firearm.
Thank you, officer.
Yes, sir.
Jurors, any questions for Officer Gunter? Deputy Gordon will collect them. Sold. All right, counsel. Quick discussion. Mr. Hiles, can you get, I guess it's 15, the video that shows the person walking along? You figure out which one it is. While he's doing that, Officer Gunter, if you could explain real briefly to the jury what it means to be post-certified.
Post is the abbreviation for Peace Officer Standards of Training. It is a statewide certification in Georgia. Every officer in the state of Georgia who has arrest power needs to meet this level of training. Briefly, at a minimum, it's 3 months of training regarding state law, criminal procedure, firearms, driving, and DT, which is defensive tactics. In Gwinnett, we do 6 months. Basically, what you need to be a cop, the training that you need.
All right. Do you have the video we're talking about, Mr. Hiles?
I'm trying to, I do not have it pulled up yet. I know.
Well, let me ask, maybe Officer Gunter remembers this. In one of the video segments you watched and partially narrated, there's a person walking along the sidewalk.
Yes.
Did you ever determine who that was?
I did not.
Okay. During some of your testimony, you described people as, hey, these males or this or that. How are you able to determine the gender of who was involved?
I wasn't able to positively determine their gender. The footage at the very back of the hotel, I believe it's the same footage that the male was walking. They all appeared based on their body types to be males.
Okay, so just based on what you saw, not anything more than that?
Yes, sir.
Do you know how many bullet holes were found in the hotel, if that was
Not
investigated?
bullet holes specifically. I wouldn't know that. If CSI might.
CSI being?
Crime scene investigation.
Okay. Do you know how many shell casings were recovered, if any?
If I recall correctly, it was 17, not by me.
Not by you?
I did not recall.
Because that was my last question. Did you ever examine any of the shell casings?
If by examine, not forensically, what we typically do is we take a business card, we fold it and sit it on top of them to prevent someone from stepping on it, kicking the shell casing away. And again, to my recollection, there were 17 recovered, just not by me.
Okay, but you're not the one who would have looked at them to say, these are all from a Smith & Wesson or a bazooka or whatever?
No, sir.
Okay. Mr. Hiles, any other questions for Officer Gunter?
No, I do not.
Mr. Hoover?
Yes, briefly. The jurors asked a good question. The gentleman that we saw walking through two of those screens, he was literally there during the time.
Yes.
What did you do in your investigation to find out who that person was?
I had no reason to try to identify him. And between that and the fact that he was gone when I got there. Now, had I arrived and with him being outside, I would have talked to him and asked him what he saw, but we never made contact with him. To my knowledge, I never made contact with him.
So are you the first one that saw the video footage?
Yes.
Okay, so you're the first one that saw that there was a person walking around during the shooting?
Yes.
But you didn't do anything to figure out who that person was or what that person saw?
Well, I saw he was walking around while the thefts were happening. Based on the footage, it seemed that he didn't notice. While the shooting happened, I assumed that he was inside because he was not seen in the footage as the shooting was happening.
So you assume that you actually don't know because you didn't do anything to find out who he was?
I had no reason to, so I did not know.
To find the only witness there. Okay, no further questions.
Any questions, Mr. Brown?
No.
All right, Officer Gunter, appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Thanks, sir.
Please make sure you take that giant device. Thank you. Next witness.
The state would call crime scene investigator Heather Johnson from Gwinnett County.
Okay, so can you raise your right hand? You swear affirm the testimony you will give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. You want to see? State, say your name to that.
Heather Johnson.
Hey, spell it.
I'm so sorry.
Hey, spell it.
Oh, HEATHER JOHNSON.
No wheels on the
It doesn't
chairs,
move.
sorry.
I just realized and I was like, oh,
Yeah,
I'm
it does
shorty.
move, but you gotta really have to, as long as you're close to the microphone, we'll be
Okay.
good.
I'm just really short, sorry.
That's okay.
And, Your Honor, I believe we've got our PowerPoint issue fixed, so I think I can display.
All right,
through there.
we'll see
But
what happens.
If it lags, I'm gonna ask you to go straight to the Elmo.
Okay.
All right, good afternoon.
Definitely.
What is your title?
I'm a crime scene specialist 3 with the Gwinnett County Police Department.
Okay, and what does that mean?
It means that I respond, or I did respond to crime scenes for documentation, collection, and processing. I'm currently in our ID unit now, but at the time of this incident, I was a crime scene specialist that reported the scenes.
Okay, what is the ID unit?
It's where we do fingerprint comparisons. So if there are fingerprints that were collected from a scene, and then they either have suspects or victims that we need to do a comparison of,
Okay.
that's what I do now.
Okay. All right. And how long were you a crime scene tech or crime scene investigator?
I was with crime scene for 12 years, and I've been with the ID unit for 2,
Okay.
almost 2.
And were all of those 12 years in Gwinnett County?
Yes.
Okay. Were you working on October 20th of 2020?
Yes.
Okay. And did you respond to 5985 Oak Brook Parkway?
I did.
And why did you respond to 5985 Oak Brook Parkway?
I was contacted by communications in reference to shots fired as well as vehicles that had been broken into.
Okay. And what did you do when you responded to the scene?
I met with the officers on scene. I spoke with them and they did a walkthrough of the scene with me. They indicated shell casings that they had marked with white cards, vehicles that had been broken into, as well as some defects that they had observed. And then once I did a walkthrough with them, I had observed a video. And then once I do the initial walkthrough, that's when I do all my photography, documentation, and collection.
Okay. And how long does an initial walkthrough generally take?
It just depends. It depends on how big the scene is, what all has occurred. It can take anywhere from a minute up to 10 minutes to 15. It just depends on where all we're walking and what all I'm being shown. In this case, I also had to go and watch the videos prior to starting my documentation. I went inside to observe the videos.
Okay. And what is your general process? What do you do once you start actually processing the scene?
That's when we first start documentation. So that's when we photograph the scene as is prior to marking anything. In this instance, officers had already located shell casings, so they marked them with white cards. So we do not alter those. We just leave their cards as they are. But then we document it as it is. And then we go back later and mark with evidence markers and rephotograph.
Okay. Do you remember how many pictures you actually took during this?
I don't. It was hundreds.
Okay. If I, let's see. Do you record how many pictures that you take in your reports?
I don't.
You don't?
We
Okay.
don't.
But hundreds?
Yes.
Okay. And the pictures that you and I reviewed together, is that all of the pictures that you took?
No, that is not.
Okay.
It's not all the pictures.
Okay. Showed y'all these earlier. Okay. What I'm showing you, what has already been shown to the defense as States Exhibit 5 through States Exhibit 110.
Yeah, I'll just buy that's what it's. Yes.
All right, she made it through.
All right, thank you. Okay, are all of those photographs of the scene that we have been discussing, around the end in Grant County?
The majority of them, the rest are in the lab, after I transported some of the fire cartridge casings back to the lab.
Okay. So exhibits number 5 through 90.
So, yeah.
So images number 5 through 91, are all of those images that you took at the scene?
Yes, that is correct.
And are they true and correct reflections of what you observed and reflected on the scene?
Yes.
Okay, and then images number 92 through 110, are those pictures of the shell casings that you took once you returned to the lab?
Yes.
Okay, and are they true and correct pictures of what you remember?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would move to tender exhibits number 5 through 110 into evidence.
Mr. Hoover, any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Brown?
No objection.
They're admitted.
Okay. So I don't want to get hung up too much on all the pictures, so we're going to kind of go through in bulk, but first, I would like to show you State's Exhibit 5. Okay, and what is this picture of?
It's a photograph of the front of the building. When we first start our sequence of photographs, we'll take a photograph of the front of the building along with the address.
Okay. And then I'll just briefly, if you just go through the next 2 photographs.
You want me to describe?
No, is that what you just described, the front and the address? I don't think you need to describe that. Okay. And then if we could go to exhibit number 8. Okay, and then exhibit 8, and then you can show them into 9.
So go to 9?
Yes. Okay.
First off, do you recall how many cars were actually broken into on this scene?
Yes, there were 4 cars that were broken into and then another car that was damaged with defects.
Okay.
4 cars that were broken into.
Okay, all right. What is this car? What is this picture here?
This is a white Chevy Silverado. It was parked on the left side of the building. If you were facing the front of the building, it was parked along the left side of the building, and the front driver's side window had been damaged and the glass was on the ground outside of it.
Okay. If we could skip to image number 12, please. And is that the interior of the same Silverado that we just looked at?
Yes, it is.
Okay. All right, and do you recall after photographing this particular vehicle where you moved next?
I believe I moved around to the back of the, there was another vehicle also on this side, but there was also 2 vehicles on the back side. And I believe I moved from this vehicle around towards the back of the building.
Okay, we go to exhibit 15. And did you just take that picture as a frame of reference as to where you were moving next?
Yes, this is if I was standing in the area over where the white Chevy Silverado was, it was on the left side of that part of the parking lot. And if I'm moving back towards the back of the hotel and moving around to the right.
Okay. And then if you could go to exhibit number 19 and then briefly 20 and stop on 21, please. Okay. And then those sequence of images, does that show your path that you walked?
Yes.
Okay. And why did you take this particular picture?
The white Ford F-150 that is parked here in the center was also one of the vehicles that was broken into.
Okay. If you could go to next to exhibit 23. Okay. And again, is that what is that picture of?
This is the white Ford F-150, and on the ground to the right, there was glass fragments, and the front driver's side windows had also been busted out in this vehicle as well.
Okay. Judge, have they fixed the monitors to where you can point and draw on the monitor?
I believe so, and I don't think they were ever unfixed. You just haven't tried to use it yet.
There you go.
Yeah.
It is confusing you with other courtrooms. All right. Will you go to slide 28, please?
Okay.
Yep. Is that the same Ford F-150?
Believe so. I believe, yes, I believe so.
There
was 2 Fords on that side. If you go through that sequence real quick, I think this is that same Ford. Yes, it is.
Okay. And so will you take a sequence of pictures just so you know each step that you take?
Yes.
And then go to 29, please. And is that a picture of the Ford F-150 as you found it?
Yes.
Okay. And will you go to State's Exhibit 32? Okay, and what is that picture of?
So where the white Ford F-150 was, there was a trailer right to that, and on the other side, that was the other white Ford truck. And this white Ford truck had also been damaged on the driver's side window and broken into.
And if you could breeze through those slides and then stop on 36. Okay. And was that that sequence of photographs, is that the same truck you were just,
Yes,
okay,
that is the second white Ford truck on the back side of the building.
okay. And was that window shattered and on the ground as well?
Yes,
Okay. And exhibit number 37, is that a picture of the car as you found it?
yes, that is the interior.
Okay. Let's go to 38. You go 38, please. Okay. And then to stop on 39, please. Okay, we got into 39. Please tell the jury what they are looking at this particular instance.
All right, at this point, I had gone back and photographed. I had done original overalls prior to putting down these evidence markers, but this is where the fired cartridge casings were. The white truck in the background is the original Chevy, white Chevy that I mentioned that's on that left side of the building. So you have the white Chevy, and then on the right side, there was another vehicle that was broken into, as well as a vehicle that had defects in it. This was in the roadway between that area. And these are all fired cartridge casings that are on the ground.
Okay. Let me see. I'm going to come back to that at the end, but I want to keep moving. So exhibit 40, is that just a close up of what you took?
Yes, when we take our photographs, we do overalls, we do mediums, and then we do close-ups on each item. So this is one of my medium shots to show relationship to these evidence marker numbers.
Okay. And then 41, can you go to 41, please? Okay, why did you take that particular picture?
This is one of the photographs that is on so if you're on that left side of the building, you have all the shell casings here, you're facing that, which would be as facing the left side of the building itself. There were defects in the brick and in the, like in areas on the side of the building. And this was one of my mediums or overalls. It's kind of hard because you have an overall of a giant building. So then we have to work our way down. This would be more of a medium shot of showing that room. There was like a storage room area, and there was quite a few defects on that lower level, as well as some on the second and third level.
And do you see any defects in this particular picture?
I do. Yes, there
Okay.
are. Defects.
So if you look at the screen in front of you, I think if you touch it, you should be able to circle.
Okay.
So tap the screen and
Okay.
then there'll be a little circle with a pencil in it, all the way over to the left, all the way over to the left. all the way- tap
See
that.
it.
Yep.
Got it.
Now your finger should work like a pen, and so circle whatever it was he asked you to
Okay.
circle. Look at that.
I believe there's actually one that's in the awning that came through and hit up here as well. And I believe there's one here as well.
Okay. So what you say defect, what do you mean by defect?
So when we say defect, we're talking about when a gun is fired and the projectile exits the barrel and then it strikes the surface. It can be a ricochet defect where it skims the surface and then pings off of it, or it can be a entry defect where it enters into a surface, it can then exit and then even enter into another surface. So when we say defect, we're talking about a projectile having come in contact with the surface.
Okay. And in these particular defects, as you see right here, do you generally recover the projectile itself?
It depends on the surface it strikes. And some of these, as you can see, they're in a brick surface, which means that the projectile can break into many pieces. In certain cases, they can enter through many layers. So you can hit a wood surface and then go through another surface, hit something hard and break apart. But then sometimes you can have it hit slow enough and then it can actually fall and you can recover it.
Okay. And for the defects that you have circled here.
Yes.
Okay. Did you recover any projectiles?
I did recover one projectile from the exterior. Well, it was a projectile jacket. It means that the actual exterior part of the projectile actually peeled off, and I was able to recover a jacket. And then outside of that, the only other projectiles I collected in this case were in rooms that were upstairs.
Okay, we'll talk to that in a minute. Now, okay, is it the top right corner you hit, Your Honor?
It's the.
To make it erase?
Yes.
So if you tap the screen, there's a little.
It's like a
Not
bin,
to
a
tap.
trash
See the
bin.
circle? Yeah, tap that circle. It should make the things you drew one by one disappear.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Okay. If we could go to exhibit number 42. Exhibit 42. Why did you take that picture?
This is a dark gray BMW that was located right here. To the left of that is a black Subaru, and that's another vehicle that was broken into. But this dark gray BMW was actually struck by projectiles. I ended up finding defects in this vehicle.
Okay. Did you ever go inside of that particular BMW?
I was not able to. I asked the officers to try to make contact with the owner of that vehicle, and we were not able to make contact with them, so I was not able to get inside of the vehicle. I was able to mark and photograph the damage to the exterior of the vehicle. We had a few of the projectiles, or sorry, the defects that had struck it were ricochet defects, so I did search the area for any possible projectiles. I was not able to find any other ones besides the one that was located near the building. But as far as entering the vehicle, I was not able to have access to it.
Okay. If you could back up to exhibit number 39. I'm going to toggle real quickly. Johnson, you will be able to see the photo on your screen, but I'm going to take it away from.
You want to upset that good vibe we developed with your PowerPoint and Zoom.
Well, it'll still be, the PowerPoint will be on the other screens.
All right, we'll see what happens.
Okay. So you said earlier, this has been admitted as State's Exhibit 4. This is camera 15. And you said that you were able to review the video. Is this part of the video that you reviewed?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm gonna let it play for about 25 seconds. Now, that video, is that the area where those cars fled from? Is that the area where those shell casing markers in State's Exhibit number 39 are?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And would that BMW that we were just discussing, would that have been just to the left of, in the direction where those individuals appeared to be shooting?
In the video, it was to your left that the BMW was. In this photo, they're actually to the right because of the angle I'm standing. I'm just on the opposite end where the cars fled towards. So.
Okay. Okay. We could flip through 42 all the way to stopping on 46, please. Okay. I see here that what is 46? Please tell us.
46 is a photograph near the trunk area of the BMW. You can see here the screen marker, that's B1. That's where I would say my first entry is I would usually try to use alphabet if I can, and then go B1. And if there's an exit, that'd be B2. And then the next entry, if it went into something else, would be B3, so that we continue that sequence. In this one, it was B1, it entered into the trunk. I don't have a B2 because I was not able to gain access to the vehicle.
Okay. Please go to number 48, please. Okay. And what is it? What did you take this picture?
This is the black Suburban that's located to the left of the gray BMW that was had the defects. This one is another vehicle that had been damaged on the front driver's side window. The glass was still mostly intact. There was a hole in it, so it wasn't fully broken out like the other vehicles where the window was fully removed.
Okay. And would you go to 49, please? So did you believe that this, what did you believe caused this damage? Was it?
I believe because of all of the other things that I saw within the scene as far as other vehicles, especially driver's side vehicles being smashed and pulled out, I felt like this one was another one that was attempted to be gained access to. It's just that I had seen the video prior to processing the scene. So I figured that this happened just as things started to happen with the firing, and then they were not able to make entry and stopped before they made full entry into the vehicle.
So are you saying that the shooting interrupted this breaking into this car?
That's what it appeared to be to me when I photographed this.
Okay. And if you could scan through 50 to 52, can we stop a second on each one?
You want me to keep going?
Stop on 52.
Okay.
Okay. And would the pictures we just went through, would those be the further away is getting closer of the images that I had you circle the defects in earlier?
Yes. This would actually be, I think the door over here on the right is the one we had the close-up photograph earlier.
Okay.
And then there was room 202 and 202 and 302. One was over the other, and both of these had defects as well.
Okay. So would you go back onto your little pencil thing, and can you circle the two rooms that you were talking about?
So there's this room here, that is 302. And then 202, because the angle I'm at, there is the window right here in that little nook. Kind of like you see the one here has a window. There's another one inside of that nook area.
Okay. And we will get to the interior pictures in a minute. But did you record damage to both of those rooms?
Yes, I did. Can you erase mine?
Yes, please erase it. All right, and could you go to 53 through 54? And is that essentially the damage that you circled earlier, the projectiles? Okay.
Yes,
And
that is
then
correct.
if you go to 55. And then where was the defect here?
There's one there.
Okay, you can erase that. And then 56. That same defect?
Yes, this is where I say I'd move closer and closer. So I have my overalls. That last one was medium. This is actually still considered medium to close up, and then I would have another close up.
Okay, and if we could go 57. And then 58, please. And then 59. Okay. Now, is that the close-up or what is that?
Yes, this is one of the close-ups. I would also mark it as I did in the vehicle. So I do all my overalls, my mediums, close-ups, and I go back, mark them all with a letter and a number. And then I also do a photograph without a measuring device, but also one with a measuring device. This is obviously the one without the measuring device. You can see the gray in there, the almost silvery color. That can also be from where the projectile, once it hit, it actually fragmented. And there's really just debris at that point.
Okay. And can we scroll through to exhibit 62? Okay. And what are we looking at in this particular picture?
This was that awning or that kind of like bay window that was on that side. There are some defects here as well. Do you want me to mark those?
Yeah, please mark the defects.
Here's one. There was one here. It actually entered, exited, and then struck the wall behind. I believe there actually may be a defect here as well. I'm not sure.
Okay.
But I think that one may be one as well.
All right. And was that photo right there, is that going into a guest room or is that the general hotel?
It was the general hotel, like they had a storage room that appeared to have some sort of like equipment and things in it. I again asked to try to get access to that room and nobody was able to give me access to that room.
Okay. Could we please go to 63 and then scroll actually all the way to 66. Johnson, if you could please just erase the. Is this a separate door?
I'm trying to say, I believe that is a door. Yeah, I can't tell without my motion to there, but I believe there was a door on the left as well. So I don't because the other door had defects around in certain areas. This is, I think, another door, but on the left side, maybe.
All right. And then number 68. You said you went into some of the hotel rooms.
Yes.
Is this says 202? Is that one of the rooms that you entered?
Yes.
Okay. Go to 69, please. And then to number 70. Okay. And is this inside of the room 202?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And why did you take this picture?
When you first walked into the room, you have that front little foyer type area. And in this one on the floor here is a projectile.
Okay. And you can erase that. Let's go to 71. Is that a close-up of the projectile?
Yes, that is a close-up.
And did you eventually collect that?
I did.
Okay. All right, State's Exhibit 73. And then 274. And were those last two photos just leading you as you walk through the room?
Yes, they were.
Okay. What did you photograph here?
So this is the sliding glass door to that room to 202. And in this photograph, the sliding glass door is open or closed. Sorry, it has been pushed closed. I found out that during the incident, it was actually open. When I was looking at the defects, they seem to be a bit strange because there's a difference in an entry defect and an exit defect. And when I talked to the person who was in this room, they did say.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yep, that's okay. Let's just not get into what people said and let's stay focused on what connects Gwinnett to the rest of what's going on.
Okay, we will.
Okay.
If you could just, talk about the entry and exit, but talk about what you know based off the physical evidence.
All right. So there was a defect that actually goes through both glass doors. So the door would be open whenever it was struck. And I photographed the defects in this series of photos.
Okay, and if we go all the way through to 78, please. And why'd you take this photo?
In this photograph, if you turn away from the window back into the room, on the wall here and here, you can see a ricochet defect and then another defect into the wall. Those appear to be corresponding to me. We also had another set of defects. There's a closet here, and up above in the very top of that closet was another defect. And then it struck another area. So there was another ricochet defect and then a defect that entered into the wall. I believe it believed that because the window was open, one defect or one projectile went through the open window and one went through both panes of the glass of the window, and then each struck the wall.
Okay. And then 81 and 82. Okay. And is this now room 302?
Yes.
Okay. You got it. All right. And how many defects did you record in this particular room?
In this room, I had one defect that entered in from the exterior, exited. So that would be an entry and exit. And then there was a defect on the ceiling. And then I located a projectile.
Okay. If you could go to States 85, please. And what is States 85?
This is a photograph of the window in room 302, and there's a defect here.
Where's the defect? Okay, yeah. Okay, you can erase that. And then if we scroll to through 86 and stop on 88. All right, those last two photos, were those just close up of the defect?
Yes.
And what is this particular photo?
This is a photograph on the floor area near the trash can. Here was a projectile.
Okay. Did you recover that projectile?
I did.
In States Exhibit 90 and 91. Okay. Is that the projectile that you recovered?
Yes.
Okay. I am showing you what is marked as States Exhibit 112. Do you recognize that exhibit?
I do.
Okay. And how do you recognize that exhibit?
It's our paper bag with my label on it, as well as the red tape and my initials are on it, showing that this was the sealed bag that I used.
Okay. What else did you would like to and are those the three projectiles that you recovered from the scene?
Yes, that is what the label states.
Okay.
Should be.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move States Exhibit 112 into evidence.
Any objection to 112, Mr. Hoover?
No objection.
Mr. Brown?
No objection.
Admitted.
If you could please cut that and open this, please. Maybe you should be able to cut your seal. We're going to keep putting yours back in the bag. So.
Okay. All right.
All right, and you can remove everything that's in there. Okay.
Does she need to open each of those envelopes also?
Let's just do one.
Okay.
If you would just open one of the envelopes.
All right.
We need the top so we can put it back in.
Okay.
All right. And You pull out and maybe, I don't know, if you could, I don't know if the juror wants to see it or show what it is. And is that the projectile that you covered?
Yes, this is the one from room 202.
If you wanted to, you can have her walk past all of them if you wanted to.
Your Honor, could you just walk past the juror so that you can see the projectile?
So they'll be able to see it during deliberations.
Okay.
It's going back with them then. They've seen it on the screen.
That's fine.
So why don't we move to the shell casings?
All right. I am now showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 111. Do you recognize that exhibit?
Did you?
Okay. And how do you recognize that exhibit?
Again, this is a bag that I packaged with my initials, and it's that has my initial and seal.
Okay. Will you please cut that seal at the top? So we can...
I'm used to not cutting my own seals.
And how many packages are contained inside there?
Yep, 17.
Okay. And you got just one of those, and whichever one you want. Okay. Is that one of the shell casing that you actually recovered from the scene you've been talking about?
Yes.
And are all of those the shell casings that you recovered from that image in State's Exhibit number 39?
Yes.
Okay.
That's open.
And do you notice that there is additional sealing tape on your bags?
Yes.
Okay. Is that sealing tape yours?
That sealing tape is not mine.
Okay. And do you recognize that sealing tape?
I do know that it is very normal for either the ATF to reseal, they would have to get out items from the bag to test, and then that would be a way that they would seal it back.
Or
whoever, it could be the GBI, another agency who it also needed to get something out of that packaging and test it, maybe.
Okay. Not going to invent these for you, but was there any other shell casings that you were actually given for storage after this incident happened?
Yes, I received 4 more fire cartridge casings from Investigator Post.
Investigator Post gave them to you?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to talk about one more thing before I sit down. Now, as part of your duties as a crime scene tech, do you normally search for fingerprints?
We do, yes, that is part of our job, yes.
Okay. And in previous discussions that you and I have had, did we discuss whether or not you did in this particular case?
I believe I spoke with you about the fact that I processed the shell casings for fingerprints,
Okay.
But I did not obtain any fingerprints.
Okay. And did you process any of the cars for fingerprints?
I did not. I watched the video again prior to processing, and it was observed that they all appeared to be wearing gloves.
Okay. And was that your reason for not, I guess, looking for fingerprints?
Yes, that's why I did not process the vehicles for fingerprints, because they all appeared to be wearing gloves when they touched the vehicles.
And Your Honor, I'm not sure. I want to be sure that I would tender the shell casing State's Exhibit number 111 into evidence.
I don't think you did. Any objection to States 111, Mr.
No
Hoover?
objection, Your Honor.
And Mr. Brown?
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted.
And we've gone through enough photographs. I don't need to publish these, but these 92 through 110. Are those photographs of the shell casings after you got them back to your laboratory?
Yes,
Okay. And was that just for documentation purposes?
yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I don't have anything further for this particular witness.
Mr. Hoover, do you have questions for Ms. Johnson?
Yes, Your Honor. It will be brief. Good afternoon, Ms. Johnson. My name's Sean Hoover and I represent Antonio Sanders. I just have two questions for you. Number one, you've been up here for the better part of an hour. Is there anything that you can show this jury that proves that Antonio Sanders fired a weapon that night in that hotel?
I just processed the scene as far as documentation. I didn't do any kind of comparison. My position was just to document, so.
So that's a no?
I don't know your client, so I haven't heard his name other than my job is to just document and collect.
Okay, and is there anything that you can show this jury that proves Antonio Sanders shot and killed Mr. Denny?
Again, I'm not sure of all the case. That's why they're here. I just document and collect. And again, I don't know your client.
Understandable. Thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Brown?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I didn't quite hear or I didn't quite understand. So it appeared that the individuals were wearing gloves. So what didn't you process? Was the shell casings?
I did process the shell casings for fingerprints because we don't know if they were loading a weapon without any gloves on. However, I didn't process the vehicles for fingerprints because even though they were broken into, I would normally process the vehicle, but I could see in the video that was outside that they all appeared to be wearing gloves. So therefore their fingerprints wouldn't have been on those vehicles.
Can you tell which video you saw that you were able to tell?
The one in the back of the building, there was a video by the two white trucks that they got out of the cars first at.
Yes.
And at that one, you could see them very clearly that they appear to be wearing gloves. The one on the side where the shell casings were, you couldn't see them very clearly. But the video in the back, you could see their hands when they climbed out of the vehicle. And
I'm going to ask you a similar question that Mr. Hoover asked you. Is there anything do you have any evidence to show that my client, Mr. Pittman, fired a gun at anybody?
Again, with the same answer, my job, document, collect, and I don't know your client.
Thank you.
All right. Jurors, any questions? Seeing no cards coming up, Ms. Johnson, I appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, you do have one. I'm sorry. If you got one, great. Just do a hand wave or something. I don't mean to skip over any of you. You were still writing. Okay, well, raise your other hand. All right. 7. All right. Let's talk, boys. All right, Ms. Johnson, just a few more questions. Who is it in a crime scene investigation situation who contacts you and says, we need the CSI person?
It's when the officers first respond, they take a look at what they've got. If they feel like it's something they can handle, it's something very small, they might go ahead and handle it. However, if not, they would then contact communications and say, hey, we need CSI. And then our communications would then contact us to come out to respond.
So it's a three-way. It's not that officer, we had Officer Gunter in here earlier. He doesn't call you on your cell phone and say, hey, could you come on down here?
No, it's usually the officer, they then sometimes even ask their sergeant their opinion, and then they would usually contact communications most of the time instead of us directly, and then communications would contact us.
Okay. In some of your testimony, you referenced the fact that some pictures aren't submitted, that you might take 400 pictures, but you submit 110 or whatever it is. How do you decide what gets submitted?
I submit everything. I'm sorry if that was confusing. Everything is submitted. It's just that the DA's office may not decide to present everything here today. I have turned in all the photos I've taken. We don't even delete. Even if I accidentally take a photograph of my foot, I don't delete it. It just may not be shown to you guys.
And were you the person who tried to lift, if that's the right term, any fingerprints from the shell casings?
So with the shell casing, that was me. I actually swabbed the head stamps at first, and then I processed with cyanoacrylate, which is super glue fuming, and then black powder. I did not observe any prints, so there was no attempt to lift because there was no, at that point, I would have visually been able to see them and then tried to lift. But because of the nature of shell casings and how they heat up, it's very unlikely to get prints off of shell casings. We still attempt it. It's not absolutely and utterly impossible. So we try when we can to retrieve those.
One of the first big words you use, you say head stamps. What's the head stamp?
So the head stamp is when you have a shell casing. If you think about that flat surface that has all the writing on the end of it, That is what is the head stamp. And we just call it that because it has the stamp. And then also when it's where the pin strikes from the gun, when it's fired, it's where the pin actually strikes. And so that's what we call the head stamp.
Okay, but the end result of your efforts was that of fingerprinting the shell casings was that you did not identify anything that could be liftable.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Hiles, any other questions for Ms. Johnson?
You saw how long it took us to go through approximately 100 photos, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember me calling you and discussing how long it took to go talk about 600 photos?
Yes.
Okay. And I told you that I was only going to select the ones because, and did many of the photos that you took have a far away, a close up, and a right on it?
Yes.
Okay. That's all I have.
Mr. Hoover, anything else for Ms. Johnson?
No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Brown?
No further questions.
All right. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our afternoon break. We've got a few more witnesses we're going to try to get through today. Again, we don't have a hard stop right at 5. As we approach 5, whichever lawyer is asking questions, I'll see how much more time do you need. And I'm assuming, but let me know when we come back from the break that none of you has a, no, at 5 o'clock, that door is hitting me on the backside. That's not me saying because I want to go to 5:30, but if we could finish with a witness and that gets us to 5:15, but she doesn't need to come back tomorrow, that's a solid for that witness. If we can do it consistent with your schedule. So confer during the break and just let me know if we've got that flexibility if we're on the cusp of wrapping up a witness. Don't talk about the case during the break. No outside research. See you in a few minutes. 10-ish minutes.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
Mr. Hiles, anything before we take a break?
I have nothing that needs to be addressed in my end.
Mr. Hoover?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Brown? All right,
Yes.
we'll be back in about 10 minutes.
Okay, after.
All right, jurors. I'll do the president of the county court.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from your break. We are continuing on with the state's case. Your next witness, Mr. Hiles, is?
Andre Young.
Andre Young, there he is. Hey, Mr. Young, come on up, please. Hey, if you turn towards Deputy Gordon.
You swear affirm that the testimony you give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so you got. Go ahead, see. State and spell your name for the record.
Andre Young. Mr. Young, couple things. I need you to rotate towards that screen and then be close to the microphone so folks can hear you, so that you either can lean in or pull the chair. Mr. Hiles, there's a pair of scissors on there. If you would get those back to wherever you want them to be. And we can get going with Mr. Young.
Mr. Young, did you state and spell your name for the record?
Andre Young, Andreyoung.
All right, thank you. Mr. Young, let me be brief. Do you recall speaking to me about a car that you were driving in late October of 2020?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember what kind of car it was?
Yeah, it was a rental car, Kia.
Yeah. Okay. Who rented that particular car?
My ex-girlfriend.
Okay. And who is your what's your ex-girlfriend's name?
Landra Rubin.
Okay. And
can you spell, as best you know how to spell it? Can you spell
I wouldn't know how to spell Landra.
The first name is Landra. What was the last name?
Rubin.
Rubin. Okay.
And how long were you in possession of that particular vehicle?
It was a rental car. I probably had it for like a week or two.
Okay. And
Really
why
don't
were you
remember.
driving it?
Because my personal car had gotten into an accident, so I asked Landra to rent me a car as a favor to get back and forth to work.
Okay. And do you recall what happened to that particular Kia?
Yeah, I went to the store, and next thing you know, somebody took it.
Okay. Can you give a little more context that we've spoken about?
Okay, yeah.
How you realized it was happening?
Yeah, I pulled up at the store. I was on the cell phone talking at the time, and I just walked into the store, grabbed me a water. I'm standing in line, and a female voice, I guess it was another customer, was saying they just took somebody's car.
On your hearsay.
I'm not using it for the truth of the matter.
Understood.
No, I'm just.
I know you can say what you heard.
Yeah, the lady said they're taking your car. They're taking your car. So I didn't pay no mind because I didn't think nobody would take my car. So I'm just talking on the phone. And she kept saying it. So when I finally looked out the window, I said, damn, they done took my car.
Should have listened to the lady.
So I didn't pay no attention. So I'm just sitting there on the phone, waiting. I just got off work, probably wearing the same stuff I got on now. And that's all I remember.
Do you remember what gas station it was?
It was right there off of 285.
Okay.
And shit.
It's okay if you don't.
Yeah,
recall.
I don't remember that. I think it's
All right. And did you speak with Landra after this happened?
Yeah. I spoke with her. Yeah, she was upset. I was upset, because a lot of personal stuff was in there. So it just turned into a big old argument. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that was the end of that between me and her and the car. I just thought nothing about it. I took everything as a loss. And I just went on with life until I got served a subpoena the other day when I was sitting down eating, talking about coming to court. And I'm like, for what? And here it is about this car. I don't know nothing else about it.
Okay. And did you see anybody who was taking that car?
Nah, man, I didn't see anything. I wasn't paying attention to nothing.
And was that car running when you were in?
Yeah, it was running. I wasn't thinking. I was just pulling up to get me a pack of cigarettes and a bottle of water. And I pulled right up to the store.
Okay. Did you make a police report?
Yeah, they came.
Okay.
Cop told me wasn't nothing he could do about it. So I just like really looked at him like, really?
Okay.
And went on about my business.
Okay. Took it as a loss?
Took it as a loss.
Okay. And that was, do you remember the exact date or?
No, I think it was a weekend though. It was probably a weekend.
Okay.
That was about all I can remember. It was about 4 years ago, 4 years ago.
All righty.
Probably a weekend. So I don't know what day it was.
It's all the questions I have for you.
Mr. Hoover, do you have any questions for Mr. Young?
Briefly. Good afternoon, Mr. Young.
All right.
My name's Sean Hoover. I represent Mr. Sanders. Just a quick question. You didn't see who got into your vehicle and took
I
off?
didn't see anything. All I saw was the car gone.
Did you see?
All I saw was an empty parking spot and the car gone.
Did you see how many people were in the car as it was driving off? No?
Not at all.
No further questions?
Mr. Brown, any questions for Mr. Young?
No questions for Mr. Young. I'm sorry, Mr. Young.
He wrote it off as a loss. He's moved on. Any questions from the jurors for Mr. Young?
Wasn't funny.
Okay. Mr. Young, I appreciate you coming down. You are free to go. Appreciate your time.
Okay. And,
Next witness.
Your Honor, the state would call, investigator Post from Gwinnett County.
Which one? Is that up?
We'll go to 39. We're just gonna start at 5 and then we're gonna go to 39.
You swear affirm that testimony you will give will be true, the whole truth. Please spell your name for the record.
My name is Corporal Adam Post with the Gwinnett County Police Department.
Okay. How long have you been with the Gwinnett County Police Department?
Just over 6 years.
Okay. What are your current duties?
I'm currently assigned as the corporal to the robbery unit in the criminal investigations division.
And were you working at Gwinnett County Police Department in October of 2020?
Yes, sir.
And where were you assigned?
I was assigned to the general crimes unit, and the general crimes unit is a property crimes unit. We will occasionally take on persons crimes there as well.
Okay. And what were your general duties in 2020?
So in 2020, while assigned to the general unit, we would be assigned cases daily, entering autos, property damage, trespassing, things along those lines. We would interview victims, follow up on any leads that would be developed, obtain video footage, interview suspects, coordinate with other agencies, and so on.
Okay. And were you working on October 20th of 2020?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you have a chance to respond to 5985 Oak Brook Parkway that day?
I don't know if I went out there that day,
Okay.
but I was assigned a series of cases that occurred there that day.
All right. So explain to the jury how you actually get assigned a case.
So as officers complete their reports, at least on our old reporting system that we had, once the report has been approved by that officer's supervisor, it gets sent to the appropriate investigative division. So my sergeant would then see a list of cases that needs to get assigned. They would look at the case and the facts of the case and then either assign it to an investigator or unassign it and just leave it kind of waiting further information.
Okay. What are reasons they would not assign the case to an investigator?
Insufficient leads, no crime had actually occurred. A report not well enough written by an officer could very well be a reason as well. There's a number, it just varies from case to case.
Okay. And so when were you assigned these particular incidents?
I was assigned these incidents on October 20th.
On October 20th. Okay. And so what did you do as part of your investigation?
I reviewed video surveillance from the location.
Okay. And did you do anything else?
Yes, I spoke to other agencies as well. And during the course of my investigation, I was notified that.
I apologize, I'm gonna have to object. It looks like he's reading from something, and I'm not sure what it is at this point.
Okay. Oh, well, let's work through that. So Corporal Post, is not a problem for you to refresh your recollection if you can't remember something that happened 3.5 years ago. But all the lawyers need to know what it is you're looking at, and you got to make sure that you try to answer the question. And if you can't, then one of the lawyers will say, well, would it help you if you looked at your report? And that is A-okay to do. So why don't you take it from here, Mr. Hiles? But I can see there is what looks like a report. Need to make sure that's something Mr. Hoover has and Mr. Brown has, et cetera. And why don't you check with Corporal Post on that? Thank you.
And both of y'all have received video post report, right?
I have.
Okay. And I just want to verify. Okay.
Yes, sir.
And can you just say what the particular report number is?
The case number on this report is 200079118.
Okay. And from here on out, if I ask you a question, and you know it's you're not exactly sure, but it's documented in your report, you can ask if you can refresh your memory. Close to whatever reading was, and then testify to what your recall is. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so, what did you do? What all did you do as part of your investigation?
May I refresh my recollection, my report real quick?
Sure.
Thank you. So on the date that I was assigned to investigate these cases, video footage had already been uploaded to axonevidence.com. I began my investigation by reviewing that video footage from the Aramda Hotel, which is the hotel off Oak Brook Parkway. And then while conducting further investigation, I was notified of an incident within the city limits of Atlanta where a Kia matching the description of one of the vehicles on my video surveillance that I was viewing was possibly involved in a murder within the city of Atlanta.
Okay. And were you made aware of that particular Kia being recovered?
At some point I was, yes, sir.
Okay. And did you actually try to recover that vehicle for yourself?
Let me refresh real quick.
Okay.
I personally did not try to recover the Kia, but I did recover a different vehicle involved in my case.
Okay. And did you speak with anybody about the recovery of the Kia and the processing of the Kia?
Yes, I spoke to Detective Sajak with the City of Atlanta Police Department.
Okay. And based off of what Detective Sajak, don't need to tell me what he told you verbatim, but based off of what he told you, what did you do about pursuing getting possession of that particular Kia?
Based on what he had told me, I had made the determination that our cases were likely connected in some way and needed some further investigation.
Okay.
And as far as getting the Kia, I don't remember, and I don't have it noted in my report, any effort I made to get the Kia K5 in question.
Okay. Did you yield to the City of Atlanta to allow them to complete the processing of that vehicle?
Yes, I felt their case took precedence over mine.
Okay. And why do you think their case took precedence over yours?
Because a man was killed.
Okay. That's what I was getting at. And there was another car that you said that you had identified as being potentially involved. Where was that? What type of car was that?
That was a silver Acura passenger car. I don't recall the exact model.
Okay. And where were those? Where was that car recovered? Do you remember?
That car was recovered by the City of South Fulton Police Department I don't remember the exact date.
Okay, that's fine. And did you travel anywhere to take possession of that particular car?
Yes, I went to, excuse me. I went to Gray's Towing Yard, which would be in the city of East Point, where the vehicle had been impounded by South Fulton.
Okay. And did you actually get possession of that for Gwinnett County?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And when you were looking at that car, did you notice anything before you took possession of it?
Yes, on the windshield of the Acura near the windshield wipers, I had noticed that there were 4 shell casings within like the hood scoop between the hood of the vehicle and the windshield. And so prior to loading the vehicle onto our wrecker to prevent evidence from being lost on the interstate, I removed those shell casings from the windshield and I packaged them.
I'm showing you what is been marked as State Exhibit 113.
Yes, sir.
And do you recognize that?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That would be the shell casings removed from the hood of the Acura TLX.
Okay. Your Honor, at this point, I would move to tender State's Exhibit 113 into evidence.
Mr. Hoover, any objection to 113?
No objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Brown?
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted.
If you want to go on gloves, you can. If not, you don't need to.
Do you want me to go ahead and open it?
Yes, please.
All right.
Okay. And what is contained inside of those that larger bag?
There are 3 manila envelopes labeled Gwinnett County Police Department. There's some handwritten notes. Looks like my handwriting.
And what do those particular envelopes say on the outside?
It says the date, which is October 29th, 2020. The time I have down is 3:30 p.m. Suspect is NA or not applicable. Location would be 2144 Sylvan Road, East Point. Contents are 1 9mm shell casing with a SIG stamp. It was recovered by me, Detective Post, badge 1977, sealed by me, and then the case number again, which was written as 20-079118.
You don't have to go through all the information in each one, but just what the contents of the other envelopes say.
The contents of the second envelope says 2 9mm shell casings with RP plus P stamp. And then the third envelope, 1 9mm shell casing with a WIN stamp.
Okay, and how many total shell casings is that?
4 total.
Now I do want to direct your attention to one thing. It says on the case head of what was just admitted, it says the case officer A. Toledo, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Why does it say A. Toledo?
Just the way that our evidence system prints off labels. So oftentimes if our crime scene unit is called out to investigate a case before a detective is assigned it, the lead detective for crime scene purposes or the lead officer for crime scene purposes will be the officer completing the initial incident report. And so in this case, that's Officer Toledo.
Okay. And as lead, does that just mean the first responding officer?
It can be, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, don't want to hide anything, but A. Toledo, is he currently employed with Gwinnett County?
No, sir.
Okay. Without saying why, how do you know that he's not employed?
We received departmental memos regarding new hires, resignations, retirements, and terminations, and Officer Toledo was terminated.
Okay. So once you collected these shell casings, did you Um, who did you give them to?
In my report, I have noted that I placed the casings into evidence at headquarters.
Okay. All right. And would those have been the way evidence was stored and collected in Gwinnett County at the time? Would it have been placed with the other shell casings and projectiles that were recovered from the particular scene?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So were you able to identify any potential suspects in this particular case?
Only based on the information relayed to me by Detective Sajak.
Okay. And ultimately, based off of did Gwinnett County yourself, did you all decide to pursue further investigation of the incident that occurred at the Aramda Inn?
We did not.
Okay. And why did y'all end up not pursuing further investigation into this particular incident?
For one, we couldn't make identification solely based off of the video alone. And then also there were we didn't necessarily receive all the information that we requested from the Atlanta Police Department during the course of their investigation either, which kind of prevented me from taking some additional investigative steps. But again, their case took precedence, so that was just something that I accepted for what it was.
Okay. And what information did you personally request from the city of Atlanta?
I believe I asked for copies of warrants and cell phone data that was received, and but that was just never given to me at the initial investigation.
Okay. And is that a collective decision that you make with your supervisors of when to shelve a case?
Yes, sir. And another factor too, I forgot to mention, was the victim who had been shot at in that incident. He was not cooperating. He had moved out of state, and I couldn't ever get a hold of him to speak with him about the incident.
Okay. And in an incident like this, once someone's moved out of state, do you have the authority to bring them back to investigate with them?
No.
Okay. And was that a large contributing factor to not pursuing this particular incident?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, that is all I have at this particular time.
Mr. Hoover, do you have questions for Corporal Post?
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Corporal Post.
Good afternoon, sir.
My name is Sean Hoover and I represent Antonio Sanders.
Just so I'm clear on what happened, you weren't assigned the case until reports were done, videos were uploaded, and everything was, I guess, on the evidence.com system?
I believe so. There may have still been some investigation occurring as the case was assigned to me that morning, but I don't recall for sure.
Okay. Based off of your investigation, what you saw, what you observed, can you tell this jury how many men were in those two vehicles that night?
May I review my report real quick?
Yes, please.
I have 3 noted in my report here, sir.
3 in each car, 3 total?
3 in the Kia.
But you don't have how many that were in the other vehicle?
I have here that once the Acura stops, 2 suspects exit.
Okay. Based off of your investigation and what you observed, just what you observed, can you tell the jury how many women were in those 2 vehicles?
It would be 2.
And I'm not sure if you remember, you did say that you looked at the surveillance footage from the hotel, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, we saw it earlier, and there was a gentleman that was actually walking by while the break-ins and the shootings occurred. Did you do anything to find out who that person was?
Not that I remember, either from my report review or from 3 years ago, 4 years ago.
So that first question was, did you do anything? Now, my second question is, based off of the information that you received, did any other officer do anything to try to figure out who that witness was to get a description?
Not that I recall.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, Mr. Brown?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
My name is Joe Brown. I represent Mr. Pittman. So do you know if any fingerprint processing was done on the shell casings that were found in the Acura?
In the Acura?
I think you testified that the shell casings were found in the Acura, or maybe I heard wrong.
I don't know if there was any fingerprint processing done on those.
Okay. Do you know why the victim who was shot at was not cooperating?
I don't, sir.
And you don't know why he moved out of state?
I don't, sir.
Okay. And you just testified that two women were in one of the vehicles?
Yes, sir.
Which vehicle?
I have noted here that it was the Kia.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, questions from the jurors for Corporal Post? I see cards moving. Thank you. All right, attorneys.
Going crowds. Yeah. Hey, I have a quick question for you.
Corporal.
Sir.
You were asked questions about the genders of people in the vehicles. How were you able to ascertain male or female in the Kia?
I don't have that noted in my report how I was able to. And I don't quite recall the video angle to possibly explain how, so I can't really speak to that.
But at the time, something you saw made you think that would be a female versus that's a male.
Yes, sir.
Okay, but it was based on just your visual observation of the people. They weren't holding up a pink card or a blue card or anything like that.
No, sir. I remember I have noted in my report as well. I know that one of the females appeared to nervously be like playing with her hair. So I know that hair must have been a factor for at least one of the subjects there. But that's all I can really speak to.
Okay. Do you know if there were any fingerprints lifted from the Acura? If you need to consult your report, you can do that.
I'm not sure about fingerprints, but it does appear based on my report that they had photographed and collected some fibers from the passenger side of the vehicle, as well as swabbing for touch DNA.
Okay. But that wouldn't have been you who performed those steps.
No, sir. It would have been one of our CSI personnel.
You described some shell casings you recovered from the Acura that were in that area where like the windshield meets just above where the hood is. do you have any information that would connect those shell casings to shots fired at the hotel motel in your county versus the murder scene in Fulton County?
Can you rephrase the question? I'm sorry.
Sure. First, when did you recover those shell casings? Would it have been after, if you know, the murder allegedly occurred, the person was killed in Atlanta?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have any way of telling, those shell casings landed there during the gunfire at the motel in Gwinnett, or they landed there because there was gunfire where the person was killed in Atlanta? Does that make sense, that question?
Yes, sir. So there's different forensic methods that they can compare shell casings. I'm certainly not an expert in it, so I can only.
So I'll be clear, I'm not asking from which firearm they came. It's, do you know if they were deposited there during shooting that happened at the Gwinnett location or the Atlanta location?
No, I don't have a way to know that.
Got it. I'm sorry, I wasn't asking that well. Last question. Do you know to which scene Officer Toledo was the first responding officer?
It would have been the incident location at the Aramda. So I believe it's 5985 Oak Brook Parkway.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hiles, any other questions?
No.
Mr. Hoover?
No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Brown?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir, for your time. Appreciate it. You just leave it right there. Thank you. So it's my understanding you all have a hard stop at 5:15. Oh, okay. Well, we're good. Got it. Next witness.
Let's get a call, Ryan Piaczynski.
Okay. You'll need to spell that for the court reporter.
He's gonna have to do that.
I'm kidding. He used to work here. Hello, sir.
Raise your right hand. You swear or affirm that the testimony you will give the truth, nothing but truth and correct. Go ahead, have a seat. State and spell your name for the
My name is Ryan Piaczynski. It's RyanPiechocInski.
Afternoon, thanks for coming.
Sure.
Where are you currently employed, Mr. Piaczynski?
I'm an assistant attorney general at the Georgia Attorney General's office.
Okay. And are you assigned any units over there?
I'm assigned to the gang unit.
Okay. And how long have you been in that position?
Since August of 2022. The unit started in July of 2022 and I joined it 1 month later.
Okay. And do you, how long have you been prosecuting gangs?
Since March of 2017.
Okay. And where did you begin your prosecution of criminal street gangs?
Here in Fulton County. In March of 2017, I was moved to the gang unit here at the Fulton County District Attorney's Office.
Okay. And how much time did you spend in the gang unit at that time?
At that time, I was in the gang unit until the end of October of 2017. So about 7 months.
Okay. And then where did you move after that?
So at that point, I was moved to our major crimes unit. And so I was handling homicides at that point. But at that time, our gang unit didn't handle gang-related homicides. Our major case unit did. So I was handling exclusively homicides, but both gang-related and non-gang-related homicides.
And through your prosecution of the homicides, did you also prosecute gang cases?
Yes.
And did you, during this time, starting October 17 moving forward, did you take any specialized classes in gang investigations?
Yes. So starting that year in 2017, I joined the Georgia Gang Investigators Association, which is an association in Georgia made up of prosecutors and investigators that are particularly interested in or involved in prosecuting gang crimes. So I joined that association, I attended their summer conference, which is held every year, either in July or August. So I attended that summer conference. It's a week long. I also that same year received a certification from the Gang Investigators Association for basic gang investigations. After that, I was able to take the intermediate gang investigators course. And so I did that and again received a certificate. I continued to attend the summer conference thereafter. And then in 2019, I was actually asked to present at the summer conference. I've also received training from the Atlanta Police Department as well as the Cobb County Police Department, both of which I've also presented at.
Okay. Okay. And in October of 2020, were you notified of, or did you begin investigating a gang called 5275 Slime Gang Young Crew?
Yes.
Okay. And what led you to begin investigating that particular gang?
So I was reached out to by, I believe at the time he was like the chief investigator, or he was a managing investigator with the Department of Juvenile Justice. And he let me know that there was an officer that he had that worked for him that had information related to that particular gang and a homicide that had occurred in the city of Atlanta. And so since I was working homicides and particularly gang homicides in Fulton County to include the city of Atlanta, he reached out to me to get me connected with her so that I could receive the information that she had.
Okay. And who was that particular person that put you in contact with the person with the information?
The initial contact came from investigator Ray Ham.
Okay. And who was he trying to put you in touch with?
It was an officer, Geraldine Calhoun.
Okay. And were you ever actually, did you make contact with her?
I did. I think it initially started via email, and then we spoke on the phone and then actually met in person at her office, which I believe is in Clayton County.
Okay. And based off of the information from her, were you made aware of several Instagram accounts?
Yes.
Okay. And how do Instagram accounts, how do they relate to gang investigations?
Instagram and social media in general has become a great tool for us to use in terms of making identifications of affiliations, not just affiliations with a particular gang, but also with other individuals. And so when I received the information, in particular, the name of the gang, some of the monikers they used, as well as the Instagram names, I started plugging those into Instagram to see what accounts would come up.
Okay. And was it common for you at that time, if you started seeing Instagram accounts with like common identifiers or things that you would known to be associated with criminal street gangs, was it common for you to save that data?
Yes.
Okay. And would you sometimes save that data even if you didn't know of any particular crimes that were committed?
Yes. Again, to try and establish associations, or also to kind of document things, individuals that may come up later on, because at that point it was very early on in my involvement. I didn't know all of these individuals or who was involved or what might lead to more evidence. And so when I would find an account that I thought could be related to a particular gang or these individuals, I would save that account. And then that way, if I needed to go back and reference it later, I could do so.
Okay. And what tools were you using to document these accounts and these document these accounts in the contents of those accounts?
So I was using Instagram as the main platform for social media. And then I used two forms of ways to kind of memorialize what I had found. One is the snippet tool on Windows computers. It's a very easy way to just kind of snip what you're looking at, and it takes a screenshot and I save it into a folder. The other way that I would do it is I had downloaded like a plugin or like an add-on onto my web browser, one particularly made to help download social media pictures and videos. And so if the profile was public, I could click on this add-on on the top of the browser, hit download profile, and then any picture or video that was posted on this profile would automatically download and save into a folder. So when I would have that folder, I would have all of the pictures and videos that were posted that I could see that were public. and then I would take, I would use the snippet tool to snippet the profile and what it looked like for the name. I'd keep those in one location, and then that way I could say, okay, this profile had this picture, and these were the pictures and videos that I found on that profile. And I don't remember the name of the plugin as I sit here now.
Okay. When you would download those particular, hit download a person's profiles, would it save those pictures?
Yes.
Okay. And did it save those pictures? Did it save the words that were actually posted alongside of those particular pictures?
No, it would just download either the picture or the video. It didn't actually capture the comments or the caption that would have been associated with that post.
And how would it, when I downloaded it, how would it be stored and given to you or from the downloader?
It would download, I would download it onto my desktop drive, and it would just download as a zip file. And then we had a server with all of our cases on it. And so once the download was complete, I would take that folder, transfer it over onto our server, our main case file, and then it would be there for whoever was going to have to look at it later. Because this was an unindicted case, I had just simply been asked to help with the investigation. I didn't know who would ultimately handle it later on down the road, or when it was indicted, if it got indicted at all.
Briefly, what does unindicted mean?
So unindicted would mean that the case is either still being investigated or there have been warrants taken, but it has not yet been presented to the grand jury. Once it's presented to the grand jury, and if the grand jury true bills it or agrees that there is evidence to move forward, then that would become an indicted case.
Okay. I am going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 199, 199 through 200.
Okay.
Do you recognize that?
I do.
Okay. What was or how do you recognize it?
So that was an Instagram that I had observed when I was asked to assist in this investigation. I used the snippet tool to save the account's name and kind of the picture associated with it. I did a download of its any pictures and videos associated with it at the time that I looked at it, and then I saved it onto my computer. And so I downloaded and captured these images.
Okay, and was there anything on the front of that profile that you captured that prompted you to focus in on that particular profile?
Yes.
What would that be?
So in the profile caption, it says SGMC and 5275.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I would tender State's Exhibit 199 through 230 into evidence.
Okay. Mr. Brown, any objection to states 199 through 230?
Was it a fair and accurate representation?
I guess he's voir diring you on the exhibit. You're welcome to answer Mr. Brown's question.
Sure. So those exhibits would have been a fair and accurate representation of the Instagram profile as it was when I saw it, when I'd made these downloads. I did not make any alterations, deletions, or additions to those pictures.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Hoover?
No objection, Your Honor.
199 through 230 are admitted.
All right. Don't want to spend a ton of time on these. We're just going to talk about a few things. Will you please publish Exhibit 199? Okay. Now, what are we looking at?
So this would be the snippet that I was talking about. So when you go on to Instagram, this will be kind of the first thing you see at the top of the page. And then any photos and pictures, pictures or videos would be below this. And so what I would do is, if you see this kind of a little bit darker gray area, that's my snippet. So I would snip it there so I could keep track and document which profile I was looking at. And then after I did that, save it in the folder. And then any photos and videos that were published to this profile would be below it. And again, I downloaded those after making this.
Okay. So we just flip to states 200 real quick. And that particular photo, that would have been part of his profile. And I guess I want to make clear. So it's only the photographs, not the captions posted, that are downloaded with this particular tool you use, correct?
Objection, leading.
Your question did end with correct. That's often a signal that
It
it's
is,
a leading
but it was
question.
also, it was confirming to what he testified before. So it was a question already asked.
Okay, I'll allow it this time. Do you remember the question?
I believe so.
Why don't you just ask it again?
Okay. Did the downloader capture any of the writings or postings, captions that were on Instagram itself?
No. So typically when you look at an Instagram page, if we were to pull up the page, any page now, caption would be below the photo, and then off to the right would be any comments that were posted on it. And in this particular case with this downloader, it was only downloading the picture or video itself. If I had wanted to capture any sort of comments or anything associated with the post, I would have had to use the snippet tool.
Okay. And would you have to go post by post to do that?
Yes, you would have to do it each individual post. And if there's a lot of comments, you can only do so many at once and then scroll down and then do it again. I've done it. I just didn't do it here.
Okay. Did you feel the need to do it here at the time?
I don't remember. I don't believe so. If I would have seen something, my typical practice is to capture it.
Okay. So you go back to exhibit 199. What is the number 95 based on your training in gangs that you talked about? What's that commonly associated with?
The criminal street gang known as sex, money, murder.
Okay. And if we could go to state's exhibit number 204. Okay. Is there anything significant about this particular post as to where the way the person in the post is standing or displaying his hands?
Nothing about this particular post as it relates to standing, but with his left hand, it's kind of he's kind of lazily making a gun gesture, and sex, money, murder will often reference two guns, and they'll hold up two guns like this, or in this case, they'll hold up one gun that's a real gun and then make another gun with their hand. They can also do it with just one hand itself, but it's an homage to someone named Pistol Pete Rolak. And so they'll say two G's or two guns.
Okay. So you get
Objections, assume facts, not evidence. I believe the witness testified that this was a real gun. There's no evidence that has been presented that this is a real gun.
Okay, so I'm gonna let you cross-examine this witness and you're free to ask him about any of these things.
I'm going to go to state's exhibit 205. Okay. Is there anything significant about the way this individual is holding their hand?
Yes, so he's taking his index finger and wiping it under his nose, which is a common hand sign or hand gesture used for the gang known as YSL, Young Slime Life.
Okay. Does Young Slime Life have any connections to sex, money, murder?
Yes, so one of the founders of YSL, Jeffrey Williams, he was originally a member of Sex, Money, Murder before he founded YSL.
Okay. And if we could go to states 214. Okay, and I'll ask you the last thing about the way that the hands, anything significant about the way the hands are held.
So again, with his left hand, he's making a hand gesture that references a firearm. And again, with his right hand, he's holding what appears to be a firearm, and at which point he would be having two guns.
And is that considered a sign for sex, money, murder?
It is.
Okay. Anything significant about the backdrop of this photograph?
So you can see behind him in graffiti, there's above in red, there's a picture of the Citgo symbol. And then in the blue and green, it would say 5275.
Okay. What's the significance of the Citgo symbol?
So 5275 Old National is the address of a Citgo. And I believe that this is painted on the side of that Citgo.
All right, I'm gonna move on. Where? I'm showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 231 through 243. You recognize that?
Yes.
Okay. And what is that front page? 231.
So 231 would again be a snippet capture of another Instagram profile that I did.
Okay. And the remaining photographs in that lineup, what would those be? What would they have come from that profile?
So 232 through 234 came from that profile, but then 235 on is a second profile.
Okay. We'll just go ahead. 235. What is 235?
235 is now a third Instagram profile that I did the snippet of that main capture, and I created that.
Okay.
And then 236 on after that are downloaded photos from that particular Instagram profile.
Okay. And are the Instagram photos associated with both of those profiles fair and accurate representations of the photos that you downloaded and in the way that they were downloaded?
Yes, so 231 through 243 are fair and accurate representations of those Instagram profiles as they were when I observed them, and I did not make any additions, deletions, or alterations to those.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state will move State's Exhibit 231 through 243 into evidence.
Mr. Brown, any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Hoover?
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted?
You know what? All right, should we do 231, please? And Exhibit 231, what is that?
So this would be the screen capture that I created for this particular profile when I observed it.
Okay. And what made you grab those, that profile?
The 5275 reference in the profile name.
Okay. And if you could go to State's Exhibit 235, please. And what is the profile captured in that particular instance?
So the profile name is free the being spelled with an A _ gang.
Okay. And do you recall what prompted you to take this profile?
So this one, because it doesn't have any particular references in the profile name, I would have located it in one of two ways. One was that it was actually given to me by the individuals that I was initially speaking with. The other way that I would do it is when I'm observing other known profiles, if you just kind of click on the photo, sometimes other individuals will be tagged in it. So I will oftentimes click on it. If there's people tagged, I will open up those profiles as well. Other times, if you see here, you can see followers and following. You can click on that and then scroll through those individuals and observe other profiles. And so in this particular case, because there's no specific references to the name itself, it was either given to me or I located it while observing other profiles.
Okay, if we could go to State's Exhibit 237, please. Okay, and are you familiar with the particular sign that's being displayed?
Yes, so this sign, as I referenced, this is what would be your more traditional two-gun sign affiliated with the Sex, Money, Murder, Bloods.
Okay, if you go to State's Exhibit 239. Are you familiar with that particular sign?
Yes.
Okay, and what sign is that?
So this is another sign associated with YSL or Young Slime Life.
All right, I'm now approaching, well, yeah, y'all said that, right? Now approaching what State's Exhibit 244 through 249.
Okay.
And State's Exhibit 251.
Okay.
Do you recognize those exhibits?
Yes.
Okay, what is Exhibit 251?
251 is another screen grab from an Instagram profile, and the profile name is 2GZ Lil Max. So it's spelled 2GZLILMAX.
Okay, were there any photos associated with that?
I don't believe I downloaded or actually no, because there were 0 posts on this particular profile. So for this profile, it just documented itself, but there was nothing for me to download.
Okay, and then 244 through 249.
So 244 is another screen grab from an Instagram profile, and the name is Lil Slat 2Gs, spelled LILSASLATT, the number 2GZ. And then 244 is the screen grab from Lil Slat 2Gs. 245 through 248 are photographs that were downloaded from that profile. And 249 is nothing that I particularly created.
Okay. And are those fair and accurate downloads and screenshots or snippets of the profiles you saw them at the time?
So yes, other than 249, these are items that I downloaded or created and they're a fair and accurate representation of the profiles as I saw them when I observed them. I did not make any additions, deletions, or alterations to those.
And I'm showing you separately what has been marked as State's Exhibit 249.
Okay.
And are you familiar with that?
Yes.
Okay. What is that particular thumb drive?
So this thumb drive is a thumb drive that I observed the contents of, and it has 2 videos on it.
Okay. And do you know who those videos were posted by?
I don't know who posted those videos. No.
Okay. Well, do you know the account that posted those particular videos?
I believe it was the Lil Slat 2Gs.
Okay, good. And are those videos that you recorded, that you saw that were posted?
Yes. So they were videos that had been posted to this particular Instagram account. So when I observed them, I went onto my phone and I did a screen record on my phone of those videos.
Okay. Your Honor, at this point, the state would tender State's Exhibits 244 through 249 and Exhibit 251 into evidence.
Okay. Mr. Hoover, any objection to that range of numbers?
What is State's 251 again?
251 is the it's the screen grab of the
Gotcha. The links. So, Your Honor, I have no objection except for
It's my understanding, I guess 249 is two pieces. There's like,
Well, there's a piece of paper, 249, that's a placeholder. I just peeked and it says video. So the actual 249, we should get rid of the paper 249, so there's no confusion. Well, let's just take it out altogether. Hand it to me or hand it to Mr. Hoover. Because 249 is the manila envelope that has the video in it.
so now that that's out, no objection. Your
No
Honor.
objection. Mr. Brown.
No objection.
All right, so 244 through 249 and 251 are admitted.
Yes. Okay, State's Exhibit 244. Displaying, what is that?
So this is, again, a snippet that I created from the profile Lil Slat 2Gs as I observed it.
Okay, and is that profile, is that the profile that also posted the videos that you recorded in State's, and were just admitted in State's Exhibit 249?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Yeah, put it on.
Shay, what finna got now? What finna got now? Yeah, but in the rack, yo, what I'm going. Yo, what I'm going. What in the what alone we finna got now?
Okay. Do you recognize the interface that video was posted on?
Yes.
Okay, and what would that be?
I believe that's from an Instagram live. And so you can go live on Instagram. So you can take a video that's live streamed onto Instagram kind of at any time. And so this was an Instagram live video that was taken. And then subsequently it was screen recorded by someone, posted to Instagram. I saw it, and then I screen recorded the screen record.
Okay. And do you recognize the interface that the person on the phone is talking on, that type of video screen?
Yes, that's a video visit from the Fulton County Jail.
Okay. And is it common from your experience investigating gangs for gang members to live stream or show videos of their incarcerated brethren?
Yes.
Okay. And can you look and tell me what the top or the posting of the live would be?
Like the caption?
Who posted it, or whose live was it?
It's Lil Slat 2Gs.
Okay. And what does that caption on the top say?
Free D5.
Okay. And did you add any of this stuff to it?
No, I did not make any additions, deletions, or alterations to this video.
Okay, and you can see in this video that there's typing going on. Is that the person who is posting this video?
Yeah, so this would, the typing that you saw there, as the video was going on, you saw typing, and then that person then put that message into the chat affiliated with the live. That was whoever did the initial screen record of this video. That was not me typing. I just simply I hit record, I held my phone, waited for it to be over, and then I ended it. So whoever initially did the screen record was typing and interacting with the other people watching the video.
Okay. And is that a common method that you see for, I guess, incarcerated inmates to have their message posted?
Yes.
Okay.
More video.
I need to toggle the screen so I don't show certain things. Okay. And do you recognize what is on the screen in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you capture this particular video from?
So this particular video, it's another screen record that I recorded on my phone. This was a post posted to Lil Slat 2Gs. This one was actually in the stories section. So there's a lot of different sections of Instagram. There's the pictures and videos posted to the main profile. You can post a video or a picture that's on your story, which can only be there for a certain period of time, or you can do the Instagram live. This one was particularly on its story. And the reason I can tell that is because at the very top of the screen, there's kind of that white bar that kind of shows how long the video is. And then when that white bar fills all the way in, the video's over.
Yeah, pop your shit, man. Hey, hold tight. Hold tight.
Okay. So at the beginning of that video, did you hear him say, "What the F blazing"?
Yes.
Okay. Does that have any significance for you?
Blazing is a term commonly used by blood gang members, particularly sex, money, murder.
Okay. And any of those particular signs that were flashed, did you recognize any of those signs?
I did. I'd probably have to see them again to tell you exactly which ones they were, because there was a few of them in quick succession. But from my recollection of when I reviewed the video, he made references, I believe, to the Bloods and YSL.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. If we could go to State's Exhibit 246.
Okay.
Would this be one of the posts that you recorded from that Lil Slat 2GZ?
Yes.
Okay. Any significant to this particular post?
So again, this individual is standing in front of that same kind of graffitied sign that has the Citgo symbol and 5275, and he's holding what appears to be a firearm.
Okay. And if we could lastly go to State's Exhibit number 251.
Which one did you?
251. Okay. And what prompted you to collect this particular screenshot?
So this particular screenshot, this profile, if my memory serves me, was actually given to me as a profile to observe and look at. And so that was why I went and looked at this one and then captured it. It had no posts, so I couldn't download anything to it.
Okay, was there anything about the front of the capture of that post that links it to some of the other posts that you did decide to capture?
Yes, so again, it has the references to 5275 on there.
Okay. The snakes, do those snakes generally have any reference to you?
Yes, the snake is a symbol often utilized by members of YSL, and so they'll use the snake emoji in chats and conversations or things like this.
And is there anything else about that particular post that shows any references to membership in criminal street gang?
So I see the red BBO. That would stick out to me. Oftentimes, blood gang members will use those red square boxes with the B's in there to reference some sort of affiliation. But that would stick out to me. That would be something I look at. But as I sit here, I don't know what BBO stands for.
Okay. All right. That's all the questions I have for Mr. Pietzinski.
All right, Mr. Hoover, do you have any questions for the witness?
I do, Your Honor, but since it is 5:01 now, this may be a good time to stop, just so I don't have to go for a couple minutes and then stop and have to start over.
Okay, well, let's see if we have a natural break point. Do you have a lot of questions, a few questions? No, I'm sorry, I shifted to Mr. Brown, because it sounds like the jurors have said they could be here for another 10 minutes or so. And so if there's a piece that's only 10 minutes, let's do that piece. But if there's not, we will start tomorrow at 9 with all 14 jurors, with the cross-examination.
My questions last no more than 5 minutes.
Why don't you go? And then we'll break after that. Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Yeah, thank you. Sir, please help me with your last name.
It's Pietzinski.
Pietzinski?
I don't know if it's allowed, but Ryan is fine.
Yes.
So
I'm gonna try to get that.
I think you can say Pietzinski. Now that he said it, you can do it.
Pietzinski.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Yes. Now, you know, as far as at this time, you don't have evidence that any of the weapons depicted in those photos were real. Is that correct?
I don't have any tangible evidence other than the photo itself that those weapons were real.
So they all could be props like they use in the movies. Is that correct?
It's possible.
Okay. And the hand gestures, they don't prove that he's in a gang, do they?
I would disagree. I would say that it proves affiliation to that gang.
Do the photos themselves do more than just suggest that he may be in the gang?
I would say it does more than suggest. Maybe clarify the question.
Well, if someone was doing a movie about gangs,
okay,
wouldn't those actors be doing the same gestures?
Oh, sure. If they were actors that were in a movie making those gestures, sure.
Okay, so Mr. Pittman, the gestures, he could be pretending to be in a gang.
That would be called false flagging. So it's possible, but it's called false flagging.
It could also be foolish.
False flagging, I would say, is foolish, yes.
Okay. And the money in the pictures, they could all be fake, right?
It's possible.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
All right. We are going to pause here, which means we need you back at 9 tomorrow morning. Hopefully, Attorney General Carr will bless that. If not, let me know. I'll give him a call. And we'll have Mr. Hoover. You'll be ready to go with your cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be your first evening with some of the trial under your belts. Please remember my admonition, direction, request, which is number one, no outside research. You are good at asking the questions, so scratch the itch that way. Number two, when you get home and you want to decompress or unload, if it's about the case, do that to a plant or a pet, not to another human, because then there'll be a wag or a rustle of leaves, and that's all good. But don't engage folks who could talk back, because they may tell you something that means well, but is their experience from a trial they had last month in a different county, and that's not this case. And we'll see everyone at what time tomorrow? 9 a.m. And we'll start as soon as all 14 of you are here. Okay? And as you know, it's open early. We were buzzing you in. I don't remember who was first. It was a female that I got to buzz in. And I'll be here bright and early. And we'll get everyone in. Thank you for your time and your focus. Your notepads, you take back to the jury room and leave in the jury room. Don't take them home. You'll get them in the morning. We lock everything up, so the pad will be right where you put it down. And if we're running low on any supplies back there, let us know. Thank you so much.
All right, good.
All right. You're free to step down.
Thank you.
And you didn't really respond, but I assume you'll be back at 9 tomorrow?
I will.
Good, thank you. Mr. Hiles, how are we doing time-wise? Were you thinking you'd be this far, further, less far?
This is about what I thought I'd be today.
Okay.
For the witnesses that I called.
Right.
I think we will, speed up a little bit. I think the first part would be a little bit slower. But I think we're on track.
Okay, on track is good to hear, and I'll keep asking about that. Do you have an update about whether the person, the GBI person, is back from overseas?
Back. So hopefully, there are some people that have to, they just have to testify tomorrow because they will be gone.
Yep.
So we're gonna get them, but I do believe we will get into the evidence, the card processes, which allows us to call the rest of them.
Okay, and it's the Kia processing that we're talking about.
There's a Kia, there's a Challenger, and there is the victim's red Cadillac.
The GBI, one GBI agent processed all three?
Yes.
Okay. Have you gotten to Mr. Hoover and Mr. Brown a draft version of what we're calling the Miller PowerPoint?
Yes, I sent it to him yesterday.
Good, okay, so they've got that, and as it evolves, you'll let them know, hey, I'm weaving in this picture, this thing from Instagram, but the basics of it, they've got.
Yes, y'all did receive that, correct?
Yes.
I had to check. I'll check.
If Hoover got it, I'm confident it got to Brown. He may not have opened it yet, but I'm assuming you sent it to both of them. Okay, then I feel like we're stable there, and you'll give us a full day's worth of witnesses tomorrow.
Yes, I think tomorrow's the trickiest day. I think I'll get past it.
Okay, well, do me this favor. If you feel like you're running short, don't extend a witness by asking about every picture out of 110 pictures. Stay lean, and if we end early, we end early.
I will.
Okay.
And then I feel very much more comfortable about the remaining days.
Okay, got it. We'll see what happens. Mr. Hoover, anything we need to cover right now on behalf of Mr. Sanders?
I think I'll be after Mr. Sanders.
All right, thank you. And Mr. Brown, anything on behalf of Mr. Pittman? And we're good for close for the next couple days? Yep, including ones with the right size collar?
Yes, he's
Okay.
a lot smaller than me. I'm not used to it.
Well, the collar being too big is better than too small.
Yes,
So-
he has different size shirts back there, and I'm pretty sure that's the smallest one, so we should be good.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you, everyone. We'll see you all a few minutes before 9. So we're off the record. I didn't think to ask this, doesn't need to be on the record. You will have tomorrow, part 2 of the evidence list? Okay. You and Ms. Olivier did a great job with the exhibits. Having her jump to, that worked very smoothly. So the tech is more or less cooperating.
I do think there's a couple more, I am gonna use the office a couple more times.
Okay.
I think it's good for the documents, especially the chat report.
Yeah, it worked fine. If you don't mind turning it off for the night, and putting it back in, because there'll be a cleaner here and I don't want it to get bashed.
I know.